comes crashing in and reminds me of the past. And sometimes I hear your name. Sometimes I hear your name. It reminds me of the pain. Well, I guess you read me right, 'cause I am a foolish man. But at least I understand. But at least I understand. And I've learned to live with it. Memories like grains of sand, lying helpless on the beach. But the ones you need so bad, the ones you need so bad, are the ones you cannot reach. trees like grains of sand. Morning, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Panel's open for anybody that wants to come up. Good to see you, Stephanie, Uwe, Big D. Well, that's good, Stephanie. Hope everybody's doing well. No, you don't have to have a camera, Stephanie. You doing TPR? You have to do your hair first, huh? That's a good one. Yep, just open chat today. No particular thing. Waiting for the wife to get back. She'll want to jump on, say hi to everybody. Hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. They're doing okay, Big D. They could be better, but they're doing all right. Yeah, I know the feeling, TPR. It's amazing how age catches up, huh? Oh, hold on, Stephanie. I got you. If you want to shut your camera off, you can, or you can leave it on. It's up to you. Right now, your camera's on. I'll wait for you to decide what you want to do. There you go.
It's not turning off.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Happy
Good.
Easter, all. who are of
Yes.
the faith.
Happy Easter to you too.
Thank you. I did a really big, strong, long, hard prayer this morning for, I know you know the Vicks, but
Yeah.
Rob's mom, June. She's been
Yeah.
going through some stuff and she got good news on Friday. I hope they don't mind me sharing this, but she got good news on Friday. And it totally restored my faith,
Yeah.
knowing that my
I was there
prayers,
when they were talking to her. I was glad to
yeah,
hear that.
everything worked out for the best.
Yes, that's awesome.
It is awesome. Just like I
Uh,
pray every day for my dad. He's 93 years old. I don't know if you know, but I recently took his truck away, moved him out of his condo, and put him in a retirement facility, retirement living facility. And
yeah.
he's so happy there. They look after him. They go in every week. They clean his place. He gets 2 showers a week with a personal support worker. I set all that up for him. I said, Dad, you're going to think you died and went to heaven. I mean, come on. He gets 3 chef-prepared meals a day down in the dining hall, and I swear to God, when we went to view the place, they were setting the table for dinner. It was like the queen was coming. They had white table linen cloths, white, linen napkins, fresh cut flowers in the middle of the table. It was amazing, and we've actually eaten there with him one time. It was a roasted turkey dinner. Oh my goodness, the food is amazing.
Well, good.
Yeah,
Good. I'm glad he's got
best.
good staff there because some of them places aren't the greatest.
No, I know, I know. Um, but costing me an arm and a leg, it's $4,500 a month.
Holy banana.
Well, 44.95 to be exact. But you know
Yeah.
what? I
Wow.
should have done this 10 years ago. He can
Wow.
afford it. Yeah, he can afford it. He was a public servant for over 50 years. And I said, Dad, it's about time we look after you. So that's why I picked the Waterford Grande. And it's 3 minutes down Greenbank Road here in Ottawa. He's so close. I can pop in anytime I want to visit him. He's happier than a pig in shit. Oops. So that, sorry. Hope
Well,
that
that's all
doesn't
right.
get
You're
you a
fine.
strike.
We no, that ain't gonna get me a strike.
Okay.
We say
Okay,
far,
good.
far, far worse on here at times. Trust me.
Yeah, I know. Oh, it's so good to talk to you, Robert.
Yes,
Hey,
I think
Steph. Hey, Robert.
hey, Uwe.
Yui.
Long time, Steph.
Yep. It's been a long time. Good to hear your voice, hon.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing happy, well, whatever. Sorry, I think I'm still drunk from last night, so forgive me.
So your dad going to a nursing home now, or did
Yeah,
I hear that right?
I put my dad into a retirement living facility, but it's like
Mm-hmm.
high end,
Yeah,
$4,500 a month.
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, well, he can bloody well afford it. And he said, "Well, what if I live for another 5 years?" I said, "I don't care, Dad. Spend all your money on yourself for goodness sakes. We're richer than
That's
you anyway. We don't need your money.
that's
Enjoy."
right. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's if it's making him comfortable and it takes care of his needs and stuff, and he can afford it. Hell with it, go for it.
Absolutely.
You can't take the shit with you.
Exactly, right?
You
And I
know.
said, "The family is good. We're richer than you." I mean, shit, I hate to brag, but we're sitting on a gold mine here. We bought this house for I shouldn't get into it, but anyways,
Yeah, you might want to watch what
yeah, I'm
you
not I'm not
give it.
gonna say
Yeah,
anything, but let's
we'll
just
just
say
say
that
you
we'll
did
live
all right. How's
comfortably. Sorry,
that?
what?
We'll just say you're doing all right.
Yeah, we're doing all right. And when we sell this gold mine, we'll be laughing. We could even afford to move into the Waterford. But the beautiful thing is, um, they have this saying. I don't know if you guys have heard this before, but it's called aging in place. So as he loses his abilities, they'll give him more and more support and services. And finally, he'll be moved down when he can no longer get out of bed type thing. He'll be moved down to the Birches, which is basically a ward with 24/7 nurses. So thank God I never have to move him again. As he ages in place, when he loses his ability to go down to the dining hall, whatever, blah, 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 they're going to move him down to the 3rd floor, which I call the ward. And I was strictly corrected. And she said, it's called the Birches.
Well, question: Do they have?
They have a full-time doctor and nurse.
No. Exercise facility and stuff like that, where they're making sure that they're kind of trying to stay active, or
Oh my goodness, what don't they have? They have a piano bar, a cafe, a kitchen. They have a theater. They have a swimming pool, which is to die for. We viewed the swimming pool. It's all glass walls, so you can see outside to the garden with a waterfall, for God's sakes. Oh my God, it
wow.
is so amazing. I'm sure
Morning,
I've forgotten
Billy.
a lot.
Morning,
Sorry?
Hooper. I'm just talking. Hey, Lynn, how you doing? Happy Easter to you guys.
And that's close by, Steph, or to your
3
house?
minutes down Greenbank Road here in Ottawa.
Well, that's
Well,
nice.
good.
He's 3 minutes away. I have a key to his apartment. If anything happens, he's already fallen twice. I've been over there. They call me and say, Steph, your dad's taken a fall. We're taking his vital signs. The nurse is there, blah, blah, blah. Because he uses a walker, and he didn't use his walker to go to the washroom. And he he fell.
Well, at least he's got people right there on hand. That's
Yeah. And he wears a button around his neck. So he just has to press the button if he falls. Thank goodness.
He's over 90 years old, if I remember right. Is it correct?
He just turned 93 March 13th.
Yeah, I remember that you said he's
Yeah.
more than 90 years
Yeah.
old. Yeah.
Anyway, enough about me. I want to hear about you guys. How are you spending your Sunday?
Oh, pretty boring, I would say.
I was gonna say, me and the wife.
Are you having a special dinner?
Yeah, we're gonna cook stuff up for ourselves and stuff. But
Nice.
usually we get together with family and stuff. But being that for my health reasons, I don't engage in that at the moment, because one, I can't see for shit, and two, walking outside about kills me.
Aw.
So,
But do you have any special meals for Easter in North America anyway? Like here
Yes.
they have fish a lot, or they have special roast, or what
Good
is your
Friday?
special meal over there?
On Good Friday, we typically serve fish, and Easter Sunday, we typically serve turkey. But because both my boys are busy, my 2 adult sons, I'm going to cook a leg of lamb tomorrow.
well, there you go.
Yeah, lamb is something they used to make here long time ago, but now it's so
Really?
expensive. Not many people do it anymore because lamb is so expensive here. Crazy.
Agreed. I paid $80 for this leg of lamb with the bone in. So I hope somebody shows up tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna do a ham stuff, just a small one for me and her, and some other things. That's what she was up picking some stuff up today.
Oh, nice.
Speaking of which, she just walked in the door.
You know what goes really good with ham?
What's that?
Scallop potatoes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Scallop
Cheesy
potatoes, maybe
scallop
some
potatoes.
roasted
Cheesy,
Brussels
yes.
sprouts.
Oh, I hate Brussels sprouts. Ah.
Oh, you wouldn't.
I am with you on that, Ubi.
Jeez, I hate that stuff, honestly.
Good
Honestly-
morning, Jeffrey. Good to see you.
Honestly,
Hey,
you eat.
Jeffrey.
Go ahead,
I'll
Stephanie.
wait. Okay, honestly, Yui, if you bought some fresh Brussels sprouts, organic, of course, you cut the stems off, you split them with an X with a sharp knife, toss them in some olive oil, salt, and pepper, and roast them in the oven for half an hour at 400 degrees. You will die. Honest to God, boiled Brussels sprouts suck. If you roast those suckers just like cauliflower, you're gonna love it.
I don't know. I'm a bad boy. I like them fried in butter.
You
How
are
you doing,
different
Anna? Good to
anyway.
see you.
You eat almost everything, Robert. I'm completely different.
Oh yeah, there's not much I won't eat, Uwe.
Yeah, I know. So I'm a picky boy, you know, especially what.
If it'll fit on a slice of bread, I'm going for it.
So, Yui, do you know what poutine is?
Yeah, I heard about it. First time I've seen it was when Jeff was streaming from the convoy.
Oh,
And
yeah,
he
yeah.
was he was with that. I forgot her name. It was not his wife. It was another Asian lady, and she went into that shop and got a poutine. But before that, I've never heard it before in my life. And you don't get it here. There's no place where you can get it here.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you how to make it yourself. Are you interested?
Yeah, I know. You need just fries, French fries.
Yeah, buy a bag of frozen French fries, buy some curds, and buy a packet of poutine gravy. Mix it all together. Bam, you've got poutine. And it's poutine, not poutine.
Oh, well, let's not get technical here.
The Quebecers will hate you if you say poutine.
Probably everybody says poutine these days for different other reasons.
I think this is the first time you've been up on my panel, Stephanie.
Yes.
I was going to say, I don't think you've ever
I'm
been.
great. I'm gracing you with my presence.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Like I matter.
Hey, everybody matters to me anyway.
All lives matter, right?
I appreciate everybody that shows up and listens to me rant and rave. So,
a year ago,
your rants and your raves.
A year ago, Stephanie was on panel a lot. So last year, yeah, on Kodas or where else? And Vic PCs, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, I had an amazing exchange with Rob's. Did I say this already? I'm already forgetting. But I had a live Facebook chat with Rob's mom, June.
Yeah. They were talking about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's never done it before, ever. And her daughter, Rob's sister, helped her technology-wise. And I had a live Facebook private chat with June. What an amazing lady. Oh, love that girl. Just saying. But yeah, no, I don't usually go up on panels. I like to be, what is it called? Like an operating system. I function in the background. I just do my job as a mod. And that's it. Try to keep the audience warmed up.
I'd say something, but I'll keep it PG.
Give her.
Yeah. How you doing, Zero? Weather Cat, good to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, you don't see her very often.
By the way, Stephanie, this is Paula. I don't know if you've ever met her before, talked to her, but my wife, Paula.
Hi, Paula.
Hey, Paula.
Hey, Ubi, how you doing, my dear?
Oh, not too bad.
Paula, nice to meet you.
Still crappy weather over here, so, but.
Sunshine here today, Uwe, for once.
In about 50 degrees.
Yeah. Crazy. It's supposed to get up to like 80 this week, which is...
Yeah, that's what Debbie said. Debbie said they're going to have 24 Celsius by Thursday, I think.
Highly unusual for
holy
this
shit,
area.
man. We are far away from that stuff.
Yeah,
currently here,
the following
7,
week we'll
8,
probably have
9.
another 2. Go ahead, Uwe.
Yeah, on 7, 8, 9 Celsius, that's it.
Yeah, the following week after that, we'll probably have another foot of snow, so who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane. How the freaking lakes affecting your weather over there. Crazy, man.
Jet stream up and down, up and down. We're right on the line to where it splits, so we get crazy weather sometimes.
So does Ottawa anyways getting affected by the lakes too, Steph, or is that too far away from the lakes?
Sorry, what was that? I was busy typing in chat. I need
Does
to
does
acknowledge.
Ottawa getting affected by the lakes too, or is that too far away from the lakes?
Do you mean the
From
Great
the
Lakes?
yeah.
No, we got slammed. In fact, on Wednesday we got a ice storm, lost power for a bit, and unfortunately, a couple of my lilac trees got killed. They broke from the wind and the heavy ice, and some big limbs fell off of my silver maple in my backyard. My backyard is littered right now with limbs. We got slammed hard. I think the accretion was 15 millimeters, ice accretion.
Wow,
Yeah, it was
that's
scary bad. And we lost our satellite dish for like 12 hours. We had no entertainment, no TV. Sucked the big one.
oh yeah, for sure.
Yep. Pretty scary because I remember when we had our last ice storm in 1995, the father of my children and I had just split up. That's when I had my Jesus moment. And we didn't have power for 3 days. We had to go down to the park down the street and get food. We couldn't cook anything. We had no power for like 3 days after the last ice storm. Really freaking crazy, scary.
Well, that's
And
why it
so,
always pays to keep a barbecue or a gas grill or something on hand.
I'll be right back.
You don't need it. Well, no, you don't need it until you do.
yeah.
It's propane doesn't go bad, so it's
Well,
definitely handy.
I might argue that point because apparently there's winter propane and there's summer propane.
Oh
That's what my
well,
son said.
it,
And
for a cook stove, I really don't think it'd make a whole hell of a lot of difference. To tell you the truth.
okay, that's good to know because unfortunately and funny enough, at the time of the ice storm of 1995, I was out of propane. Yes, I had a barbecue, but I was out of propane. How stupid am I? I'm a prepper now. You should see my dining room. I have bags and bags of rice, cans and cans and cans of beans. I'm a total prepper. In fact, I have a get out, what do you call those things? A get out bag?
Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah. I've got copies of my SIN card, birth card, whatever, blah, 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 emergency kit. My son bought it for me. He said, oh, it's a bug out bag. Sorry, bug out bag. I have a bug out bag. And apparently, my other son, Bruce, who apparently, by the way, works for Hydro Ottawa. So guess who gets her power back first?
Well,
I
hey,
got a little story to share with you. Apparently, there was a planned outage. We got a notice in the mailbox, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Said, I'm sorry, but, or whatever. They said, your power will be out for most of the day on such and such a date. So
when did
we
you
can
get this?
exchange some piece of equipment in the neighborhood. Well, guess
Oh,
what? The power cut off at 8 a.m. Then I see these two hydro guys walking across the street back towards me to their truck. And I said, thank you for restoring my power so quickly. And one guy says, you're welcome, Mom. The other guy fucking freaked out. It's like, wait, what? Oh, you're welcome, Mom. Oh,
yeah, I have
oh.
to agree with Big Dice. I've never heard of summer and winter propane. I've heard summer and winter diesel, but not propane.
Well, I've never heard of summer and winter diesel. I've heard of
No, there's
Well, Then I guess my oldest son
Never heard
Ryan
of
is a
summer
fucking
miracle thing.
liar. Excuse me.
Well, you never, I mean, I've seen stranger stuff in Canada, so they're a little different up there sometimes.
No, apparently it's a different mixture between summer and winter. And my oldest son Ryan, being a mechanic, he would know this stuff, right?
Yeah,
But anyway, no
it
matter.
might be a thing of just because you guys can get so cold up there,
Yeah,
that it has some different gases, so it
it's a different mixture. And
doesn't precipitate.
it has something to do with the burning issue. Like my husband was in the oil and gas industry, and he worked for the government of Canada, Measurement Canada. See, he knows all about the measures and blah, blah, blah. And he agreed with Ryan. So must be official. Where are you, Rob?
I'm in Michigan.
Oh, that's not too far from the border, right?
No. I'm actually probably I'd be farther north than Ontario. Like if you drew a straight line through the lower Michigan, I would be right in the middle of the thumb. So
You're like just over the bridge, right? From
no,
Detroit to Toronto?
I'm about an hour and 15 north of that.
Wow.
Sarnia or
Yeah,
Sarnia?
from Sarnia and
Ontario?
Yeah, I know
Ontario,
Sarnia.
yeah, I'm about an
So-
hour and 15 or so north of
Oh,
that.
that's cool. So do you ever come up to Canada? Or have you?
Well, I used to when I was younger, but since they, have all the dumb rules
Poof.
now,
Yeah.
it
Well-
And don't we-
you gotta have a passport now or a enhanced license, which they can shove up
Yeah.
their rear end. But
Yes.
But the last one getting taken down in the US on the 8th of May, I think.
I don't know, Uwe.
That's I think what I heard.
I don't buy in or believe anything they say until it happens, and then usually it isn't what they say it is. So
Uh-oh. Well, then Luigi is going to have a problem because he's leaving for Florida next Saturday for a golfing trip with his high school buddies, and he's unjabbed.
yeah, he's gonna have a problem.
Oh
Maybe.
shit!
I think he won't. I think he won't get in there. I know that Jess, she moved to Australia,
Yeah.
and she had booked her flight over the US, and she got to cancel all the stuff, and she had to wait 2 more weeks because she couldn't go via the US because they don't let her even in there for a stop.
Oh shit! Excuse me. So
Yeah, he might
there's
want
a
to check
poss-
into that.
well, thank goodness he bought CAA insurance. So if he gets stopped by the U.S. Borderland Security, whatever they're called, if he gets stopped at the Ottawa airport, if they don't let him fly, at least he has insurance and he'll get his money back for his tickets.
Yeah, but I mean, it screws your plans up if you didn't know it. So you might want to find out.
Well, he kept calling Borderland Security or whatever for the U.S. and they kept saying, yeah, you're good. But
Well, maybe he is. I don't know.
I don't know either.
There's the other rub. There is no definitive thing anymore. It's just kind of on a whim.
Well, his daughter Ava recently entered the U.S. by flight, and she said they never asked her. So that's what Louis is going to rely upon. He's going to.
I heard similar stories too. There was a protest. Melissa was shown, 3 months ago, and there was a guy having a speech down in Brisbane in Australia, and he was saying he traveled all around US and Canada and got never asked. So I don't know if it's just randomly that any guard or customer, whatever, is asking you, or I have no idea how they handle that over there.
Yeah,
I think,
no.
I think it's random, Yui. I think it's random.
It's insane with all. I mean, eh, that they still going after that shit now these days. That's absolute. It's insane.
Yeah, Big Dice says some people driving over in Windsor were refused after 4 hours because no jab, which isn't an issue. I think maybe maybe they've been flying a Canadian flag or something. Hard to tell. TPR says non-U.S. citizens, non-U.S. immigrants, you must show proof of being fully vaccinated with the primary series of an accepted COVID-19 vaccine before you board your flight to the United States.
And there's the next thing. What is the difference between a non-US or a US citizen if you come from a foreign country? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, Uwe, none
gotta
of it
be
makes
kidding
any
me,
damn
man.
sense.
Jesus
This whole
Christ,
thing
man.
hasn't made no damn sense.
Holy fuck. That's insane, man.
Well, the whole past 3 years have been insane. So
So a sick American can get in there, and an healthy foreigner doesn't get over the border. You gotta be kidding me, man.
well, if I'm not mistaken, though, I think all that shit is supposed to go off and around the 1st of May or so. But
I think
we'll
it's
see.
the 8th of May, they say.
It might be, but we'll see.
And it's interesting that they know exactly the spot when the virus is not dangerous anymore,
Yeah, well,
They know it, whatever, a year in advance,
that's
funny.
just like thinking that it doesn't come out at night or comes out at day. What the hell?
Yeah, yeah. And it goes in trains, but not in airplanes, Ooh.
Well,
Scared,
come on, Uwe.
scared
No
of height,
transport there.
Straight of height, Jesus, man. Yeah, our last mandates dropped yesterday. So even doctor's office and stuff, you don't have to wear the mask anymore. Finally, after what is it, 3.5 years now? Holy
Yeah.
crap.
There's a few still running around, but for the most part, nobody's wearing them unless it's like in a hospital situation, which
Oh, you should see all the idiots
to me
at
is
Walmart
just
that
as dumb.
have them on.
Oh, I know there's still. Well, yeah, Paula, come on now.
There's still a lot. But then you can also say, okay, there's they are scared, or are they brainwashed and got scared over the years? People never figure that out.
The problem with that is when it was put out and all the BS that was put out that's been proven to be BS now. They don't show that on mainstream media. They only show the fear factor stuff. They never show that, well, hey, this has changed or whatever. So they're still under they think, if they walk out the door, they're going to drop over.
Yeah, it's. I finished that. I finished that animation video, man, and honestly, that's so spooky, but it could be so possible. Even today,
yeah.
It could be possible. Even today, man.
Yep.
That even the dead body gets picked up by a freaking drone and nobody gonna even touch it.
Yeah, that is a kind of a freaky little short movie, isn't it?
Yeah, that was spooky as hell, man. I mean, holy crap.
But
Yeah.
welcome to the world that's been created. the absurd thing is it isn't out of the realm of possibility. You know, that's the crazy part.
No, it's it's. I think the possibility is even higher that it happens on the next one with the climate. Then they will take all that stuff down. You know.
Yeah. And by the way, so everybody knows, we're talking about animated short called "After the Reset." I doubt very much you'll find it on YouTube, but you can find it on Rumble. It's a good little short. It portrays things, I think, in a very honest way, I guess, about, you know, how people react to or will react to stuff if things are allowed to get out of hand.
Robert, can you please share the link in chat?
Yeah, I can share the link.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Sorry, I was busy talking to my hubby. He just got back from his walk.
Well, hello, hubby.
His name's Luigi, and he loves you all. He's a freedom
hello,
fighter
Luigi.
just like me.
Luigi, that sounds Italian.
He's like dripping Italian. I had to learn how to make fucking lasagna, spaghetti, fettuccine alfredo with shrimp.
Oh, there you go. Now we're talking. My wife won't touch it, but I'll dive right into that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I had to learn some kitchen skills for this guy. Remember what they say, the way to his heart is through his stomach.
Yeah, well, my wife's idea of homemade is if you got to boil water.
Oh, bullshit.
Paula, you got to say something to that.
I do know how to cook. I just don't like to cook.
Shall we discuss?
No, we shall not.
In my world, as long as the pots are clean, I'll cook. I cook, he cleans.
I am a far better cook than she is.
I will agree on that. He is.
So what do you cook, Robert?
Name it.
Indulge us.
Pardon?
Indulge us. What do you cook?
Anything and everything.
He really likes his smoker. He likes putting meat and that stuff in the smoker.
Oh, ribs.
Yeah, ribs,
Nice.
sausage, turkey, ham, deer.
Wow.
The occasional roadkill.
No.
Yuck. Oh, possums suck.
Yeah, well, you know, if shit goes, shall we say, bottoms up.
We are
Sideways.
Yeah.
We are not that desperate.
No. But I'm not opposed to it if it fits on a piece of bread. So.
Well, let me share something with you guys. I bought a 75-kilogram bag of peanuts for my squirrels and chipmunks and blue jays.
Yeah.
Someday I may need to harvest them. They're nice and plump right now.
Yeah.
Oh, me so bad.
No.
I don't hunt, but both my boys are legal. FYI.
That just sounds gross.
Yeah, deep fried skunk. Yeah, I think I'd pass on that one.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
If I was hungry enough, I'd give her the whirl.
No.
Well, apparently squirrel is good eating down the States. I've never tried it myself here in Canada, but apparently a lot of people like to hunt squirrel.
Yeah.
I guess
squirrel was really good.
everything close to Robert, what is moving is not safe and it's not ending in a pan, you know.
Yeah, but see, Uwe, I'm equal opportunity, man.
Yeah, I hear that.
So, Yui, do you
Yes.
have like elk, moose, deer, those kind of ungulate?
Elk and moose, no. That's only up in Scandinavia or over to let's say to the Baltic states or Romania. So we have
Okay.
deer. We have two different kind of deer, I think here.
Whitetail and
We have-
blacktail?
No,
no, we don't even have. We don't even have whitetail here.
They have.
Oh.
Honestly, I don't even think our deer has tails. To be honest.
Yeah, theirs more are similar to like a small elk. They're red stags. So yeah, I mean, what they consider deer over there would fall into our elk family. It'd be real similar to elk, except just smaller.
Okay.
Yeah, way smaller than your elk.
But
We
they
have
have
even in Germany itself, in different areas, we have different kind of deer. So down in Bavaria, where they are closer to Czech Republic and they have different deer than we have here in our area. So and yeah, but that's about it. The wolf is back here in Germany for the last, I think, since 20 years ago, and it's getting more and more. But that's the next thing. They start trying to go after the wolf now, and instead of be happy that the nature gets back to normal, they are all scared because okay, they have killed some sheep, some goat, but the farmers even got money to protect their animals, but they are still all if it would go by the hunters and by the governments, I guess they would have killed all the wolves here again. So,
Yeah, that's not a smart idea.
That's fucking bullshit. That is. I tell you, man. They
Yeah.
should be happy that an animal like that is back in and makes a natural selection in the nature. You know that they get the sick deer or whatever. You know. But
How you doing, Super
yeah.
Salty? No, that's not Nathan's channel.
But most hunters here are just for the glory. You know, they are not hunting. They're not hunting for food or for any good. So they are here. You have here hunters. They have hunting license here, and one time or two times a year they go to whatever Belarus or whatever to shoot bears just for fun. You know, and they don't even eat the bear. You know, they just kill it for fun to say, okay, I shot a bear. You know.
Well, it depends on the what and the where's, though, Uwe. And in some cases, as much as you may seem to think that it's inappropriate, like where I go up bear hunting, there's places where they actually ask us to hunt because they become nuisance. Their population starts falling into people's neighborhoods and stuff, so it becomes a problem.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any place in Europe where there is the high population like that where they have any problems. I never heard about it anyway. And the next thing is, like I said, they don't hunt them and eat them like you do. They just shoot them, you know, just as
Well,
a trophy.
it depends on the bear, though. It may be such a thing as, well, anything can be made into food, but
yeah.
in their case, it may be more on lines of population control. The government figures out how many are sustainable in the area and how many need to be taken away. And I got to assume over there that's probably a bit more controlled and strict than it is around here.
The population of bears is by far not that high here in Europe. It doesn't matter where you go, Scandinavia.
I would bet there's more than what you think, Uwe. People around here don't seem to think that there's that many bears, but there's far more than what people think.
And I don't think we have black bears here. I think it's all brown bears, if I'm not mistaken. But not that size of a grizzly, you know. But black bears, I don't think we have black bears here. I've
All
never
right,
heard
have a
about
good
it.
one, Anna. Take care.
Take care, Anna.
No, and the bears that you have over there are more aggressive than black bears. So that even becomes more pertinent and make sure they stay away from populated areas. I mean, if you go up into certain parts of BC or thing, you don't want to mess with browns or grizzlies. They don't play. They're very aggressive.
Like I said, I'm not speaking any Romanian or Hungarian or whatever language, or Belarus, or I'm not in a hunting scene, but from what I know, from I don't even watch any news anymore, but I've never heard about any country with a huge bear problem. Let's say it that way.
Sorry, honey, I can't really talk. I'm live.
By the way, tell him hello from Michigan. And he says, "Happy bite the head off a chocolate rabbit day."
Andy, yeah.
Oh, for sure. TPR black bears, you definitely want to respect them, no doubt about it. But they're not nearly as aggressive as a grizzly or a brown bear. But usually, if a black bear is following you or following people, you want to be very, very aware because that means they've went predatory.
But is a black bear not, in general, a vegetarian?
No,
No.
they're omnivores just like us. Do they, predominantly eat, berries and stuff like that? Yeah, sure. But they are omnivores. They don't go well. I shouldn't say that. That's like TPR's talking about somebody who was attacked by a black bear. They can go predatory where they start to see humans as a source of food rather than something to be afraid of. And that's when they become a really huge problem. Yeah, as TPR says, bears are omnivores just like us. So they are an animal of opportunity. They'll eat whatever they can get to eat.
All right.
How you doing, Casey? Good to see you.
But that's I said it on several panels in the 15, 16 months I'm in here. That's the only thing I'm really lucky and happy about, that there's no dangerous animal here what can kill me or would kill me, or we have no earthquakes, no tsunamis, no hurricanes, tornadoes, whatever, cyclones. So that's the only thing I would say. Okay, therefore it's a good spot, but everything else.
You've got a far higher risk of slipping in your shower and breaking your neck than you do of being attacked by an animal, Uwe.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Now, that's not to say that
lead guitar man, the rock and roll guy.
That's not to say that you shouldn't be aware, and if you're in those areas, you definitely don't want to do stupid shit. But they generally don't bother you unless you're in an area where they've become used to humans. Like a lot of bears will hang out of dumps, and that causes some problems. Or people will leave their trash out and stuff where they can get into them. You just certain things you don't want to do in areas with high populations of bears. And they travel large areas.
And they're fast as hell. I heard about that. A
Oh
freaking
yeah.
grizzly can make 40 kilometers an hour, man.
Yep.
Even the fastest human on the planet never made 40 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
So, and the human can do it maybe for whatever 200-300 meters, but the bear can do that speed for longer than 200 meters.
Yeah, and even a small 150-pound bear will kill you, Uwe. It doesn't
Oh yeah,
have to
for
be a
sure.
huge one.
The power they have is completely different to a human. You know,
Oh, absolutely.
they are
That's
muscled
like,
as crazy. You know,
but like I said, people, as I said, your odds of being attacked by an animal are very, very, very low. Like I said, you have a higher chance of slipping and killing yourself in the shower. But that doesn't mean, like I said, don't do stupid stuff and you won't win the Darwin Award.
Salty. No, Salty. He's talking about bears, but he just. Funny.
Oh, Salty.
400 pounder dog. Oh my god, man. That would be holy shit. Oh my
I'm
god.
talking to Germany right now. Yui. Yui
Holy
Price
yeah.
lives in Germany.
Oh my god. That was funny, Salty. But I agree, man. If that would be a dog with that size, oh my holy shit, man. You should be really fucking careful. Oh boy.
Yep, TPR, you're correct. There's dogs that can get into the 200 plus pound range too.
Oh yeah, there's dogs that can get 200 pounds.
Sorry, guys.
Really... What's that, Stephanie?
Sorry, guys. I was busy chatting in the chat room.
That's
but
fine.
May I drop a link for Steve's channel? Oh my goodness. There's an episode where a grizzly was attacking him and he had to jump into a hole in the ground. And you can see the grizzly's paw trying to get at him.
Holy crap.
Super scary. Can I drop that link?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll be back.
You don't mess around with a freaking grizzly, I'll tell you that.
Oh, we've got some nasty grizzlies here in British Columbia. And Steve is like a professional hunt guide kind of guy. Yep. Love his channel. Follow him every day. And he always has amazing stories. And yes, I'm going to go there. Sasquatches are real. I had my own encounter.
You're talking to one.
Yeah, but I just want to say, you talk to one. But this one is even playing guitar, eh?
I'll tell you a little funny story, okay? We had to get a tree taken down in our backyard. So I hired this company to take my silver maple down. It was so sad to see it go, but I knew it was sick. And sure enough, when they were cutting into the major trunk, it was hollow inside. So anyway, long story short, one of the hired workers, there was like this professional lumberjack type guy, and he was dropping off the pieces onto the ground. And one of these guys, he was massive, absolutely massive. And he picked up this log. It was like 6 feet long, must have weighed a couple 100 pounds. And I said, "What the hell? Are you like part Sasquatch?" And he just cracked up laughing. He said, "Yup." We got to bring the vernacular into society. No more conspiracy theories. These people are real. I now respect them now that I've met them at my cottage, and I call them Sabe. So please, can we get that out there? Sabe are real people. They just choose not to interact with humanity.
Don't know. If I ever met one, I'd let you know.
Okay, well, at least you haven't deleted me yet.
No. I don't. To say yay or nay on something like that, um, in my opinion, considering all the things that are found that, I mean, Christ, they found elephant species they didn't know existed.
And
Um,
gorilla species, yeah.
and gorilla species and deer
Yep.
species and things like that. So, I don't, there's just certain things that, you leave the door open a little bit.
Leave the mind open. I totally agree. And you know what? When people are ready, they will listen. But you know what? There's so many conspiracy theories that have come true. I hope to goodness that we reach the 100th monkey and people will wake up. That's what this movement is about, right, Robert? We have to wake people up. I'm still a freedom fighter. I don't know if you saw my live with Jeff Lepard, travel guy, 69.
No, I don't think I did.
No, I haven't. I don't think I
That's
have.
too bad. That was the first time I ever went live with somebody, and we flew our 7-foot flag down on Parliament Hill for the anniversary, and then we met up with Jeff for dinner at the Keg, downtown Ottawa, and it was the most amazing hour ever.
Oh, good.
In fact, there was another couple at another table just to the left of us, and when they were done their dinner, they actually came over and thanked us for fighting for their freedoms. They noticed my 7-foot flag. It was rolled up and leaning against the wall. And she said, "Thank you for fighting for our freedoms." That meant the world to me. We're doing some good here, guys. That's all I have to say.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we're in for a very, very, very long.
Fight.
Well, yeah, I don't want to use that term, but you're correct. Weather cat, I'm a little concerned. There's no rhinos in California that I'm aware of. So, was this in a zoo?
Who lets the rhinos out?
Yeah.
Who let the dog out?
Yeah, who let the rhinos out? There you go. Oh man. No, I tell you, Stephanie, there's certain things that I will say are possible, but the problem is you have so many people doing fakery and bullshit like that. It taints everything. Now, is it outside of a possibility, of percentage of a possibility? No. But until there's actual scientific proof, then I guess it's up for conjecture. But to be dismissive completely, I think would be not a good idea.
Agreed.
I myself personally, being I've walked many, many, many miles in the woods here in Michigan. Now, I've never run into or seen anything that would convince me that there's anything like that running around here other than myself. But I would never say that, no, it's not, it's impossible. But it's kind of like they used to say there was never mountain lions in Michigan. Well, there most certainly is.
Yep.
Just like when they said there wasn't wolves in lower Michigan. Well, I beg to differ because I've got them on trail cam on my bear sites.
There you go.
You know,
I don't understand why they have to play this certain narrative. You know what I mean?
because you have morons that use it to go out and make money off fakery. That's the
Agreed.
problem.
Yeah, agreed.
You know, that's just like the whole idea when it comes to conspiracy theorists, as people are, that word's bandied about. Well, that's because you'll have somebody pull a bunch of bullshit and it makes everybody else that's actually looking for the truth look bad. And the easiest way to hide the truth in plain sight is wrap it in bullshit. So that's
it's called controlled narrative, I think.
well, it just I actually did a panel on this a little just not too long ago called "Muddying the Waters," and it advised everything.
I missed it. Sorry.
No,
Send
that's
me
fine.
the link.
But I mean, it's very much true. It's very easy to distract with people's BS than it is to look for the actual truths and things. And the same thing goes for anything. I mean, you look at the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And one person's truth is different than another depending upon which information they have. I actually got in a discussion with somebody about that the other day. And that's a huge part of the problem. So, like I said, I'd never dismiss stuff, but in the same token, you have to be very careful about what you take for truth. Let's see. Fun fact: Canadian subspecies between wolves and coyotes was created called the coy wolf. The wolf population is dwindling, much as Algonquin Park, and wolves started breeding with coyotes. Yes, the ones here in Michigan. Somebody's echoing. The ones here in Michigan, they figure there's many of them that are hybrids between wolves, coyotes, and dogs. How you doing, Wanda? Good to see you. Between here and I think New York State has found some too as well. And there's a lot of guys that hunt coyotes here. So, your normal coyote isn't really that big. And boy, I've seen them take down some really large ones in the past few years.
Okay, there's a lull. I'll speak up. Sorry, my definition was incorrect. It's actually called controlled opposition. They have fake people going up there and confusing the information. So it's controlled opposition. I think.
Yep.
Controlled
I got to cut off
dissonance.
a bit, Robert. I got to pick up some food. If you're still
Right.
going, I maybe join in again.
Yeah, sure.
So-
No problem, Uwe.
Okay,
All right.
Yui,
Get you later.
thanks for being here, hon. Love you.
Love you, Uvi. Have a good one, honey.
TPR, there's no comparison between governmental regulation between now and 100 years ago. No equivalent comparison whatsoever. Very, very, very different.
Well, like I was mentioning earlier, stevehowtohunt.com, he's actually part of a what do you call it? Conversation. I'm not sure about that word. But anyway, there's such an overgrowth population of wolves that he's been hired by the government to take them down because they're killing all the ungulates, like everything that is hooved, like elk, deer, moose, whatever.
Well, that's where population comes into control. It has to balance.
Well, some stupid people thought it was a good idea to reintroduce wolves into that area in BC. And now they have an overpopulation and they're killing all the ungulates. So Steve has been hired by the government. Well, not so much the government, but he's taken it upon himself to trap these things because they're killing the population of ungulates.
Yeah, I would think that they're equivalent to like our DNR, Department of National Resources, would be in on that. I mean, I know when I go up, well, when I used to go up bear hunting, the biologist up there, I used to get double photos and stuff so they could kind of use it as an estimate for bear counts and stuff. And also showed them the pictures of the wolves that, you know,
Yep.
that they didn't think were in the lower peninsula. That's the same way they found out that there was actually mountain lions or cougars, wherever you want to call them, here in Michigan.
Wow. So did you have trail cams?
Yeah, I had trail cams. TPR.
Cool.
There's plenty of not a debate I really want to get into at the moment. Now on my other panels, when I have certain things, yeah, we'll have that debate. But today, I'm not gonna go down the political bent. There's just
no, that's cool. That's fine.
You know, I mean, if it's something relevant, yeah. If it's not, no.
Happy Easter, Princess.
How you doing, Italian? Good to see you. Happy Easter to you. Hope you're doing well. No, you know, and that's the thing about, you know, management of
Wild game.
well, yeah, the wildlife. You have some people who are actually in it for the right reasons, and then there's people who are in it for misconceptions. You know, well, like anything in life, I guess. You know, I mean, as a hunter, I understand that there's yeah, you have to have a particular balance, you know, especially considering we are a major factor in that, humans. Well, whichever you do, Lieutenant Nescafe, I'm good with it. Yeah, that's possible, Big D. I you know, that's and sometimes those ideas are good and sometimes they're not so good. You know, it's like here in Michigan, they thought it'd be a good idea to introduce autumn olive for a food source for birds and stuff. Well, yeah, until it became an invasive species and took over everything. You know, so as they say, the road to hell is paved by good intentions. Just because it seems good doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be.
Sorry, hon. I was just participating in chat. Got to keep
No, that's
people.
fine. Whatever. I'm reading it as I go too. I try to interact with chat as much as I can.
Yeah, me too. Trying to be a good mod here.
So you're in BC then, right?
Oh, hell no. I'm at ground zero, Ottawa.
Oh, no kidding. Okay.
I suffered through it all. Not. It was
Well,
fun. Bouncy
I
castles, pig roast, pizza. Are you kidding me? It was the best time ever. It was the best time ever. I'm just surprised that when we took the bus, then the train to get to downtown Ottawa, because I'm 30 minutes out in Barhaven, Nepean. When we got there, our minds were blown. Like Louis and I, with our 7-foot flag, we were flying it all over the place. And I never met Coda. I never met Jeff. I never met some of these huge stars. And I call them stars for a reason. They were dedicated. I did meet Dave from Live from the Shed. Or no, sorry. Yeah. Dave Live from the Shed and Mike from Ottawax. Those are a couple of really great guys. It's too bad Dave's no longer participating in our movement. He met a girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. But Mike at least is still posting. And who else can I shout out here? I love the Vicks. I
Oh
love
yeah,
Maple.
good people. I'm actually
Yeah,
surprised I haven't seen them,
yeah.
or at
Well,
least
they're
missed
kind
a
of
tweet a
busy
day.
right now. Rob's mom, like I said, she's
Yeah,
going through some health issues. I'm not free to
yeah, I
share.
know, I know. I was on that
I
panel. That
respect
I
their
was.
privacy, their privacy,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of good freedom fighters still on here. Kayak guy, I hope he sees this. Hi, kayak guy. That's John Curtis and his girlfriend Melissa. I hope she doesn't mind me saying that. Bun Bun, do you know Bun Bun?
Yeah, I know Bun Bun.
Yeah, she's in Texas. She's coming back to Canada soon. Oh my
Yep.
goodness, there's so many people in our freedom family. I just love them
Well, yeah,
all.
eh, I think it's just more and more people being engaged and aware. I really hate to put labels on anything because
Right.
it sometimes it can denote things that people shy away from. So I'm just glad more people are becoming aware. And Weatherclad, you are absolutely correct. We are doing like up here, trying to get those things, the stop them from getting into the Great Lakes because that will just absolutely destroy the ecosystem of the lakes if they get up in here.
Are you talking about the HARP system?
No, 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 no,
HAARP?
no. She's talking about carp getting up
Oh,
that were released, and they're coming up to Mississippi, and they're stopping them with basically they've got a section of water that's been electrified that supposedly no fish can cross. I did watch a little documentary on it, and you don't want to fall in there because they won't go get you. Um,
are you talking about that invasive species called carp?
yes,
Yes, I know
yes.
all about
I
it.
think there's silver carp, or I can't remember it might be silver carp. I could be wrong.
Yeah, they're an
Um,
invasive species.
yeah. How you doing, Brian? Good to see you. But there's another thing that good intentions didn't turn out so good. Um, and people, doing it's kind of like the snakes down in Florida. People releasing their pets, and they end up becoming a part of the ecosystem, and that's a problem too. I don't think we'll get into that there, Lieutenant. That's I don't want to have that kind of personal stuff on a panel. Um, all right, Weathercat, you take care. Have a good one. Happy Easter to you too. Oh yeah, zebra mussels here are terrible. Uh, yeah, that's a huge problem here in the lakes. But that's people not thinking stuff through. But
Sorry, I'm going to be busy for a few minutes. I'm going to respond to
right
Lieutenant
ahead.
Nescafe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I need to address his question.
Yeah, just careful you don't give up any personal information. That's why I don't generally do that.
Nana, don't worry. I doxed myself once and I learned the hard lesson.
Well, it's not just that. It's what other people use that information to do is the problem. Which is, unfortunately, you're unable to have sometimes honest discussions about things because of other people's actions. So,
No, I'll take them private on Facebook, private
yeah.
messaging. So no worries,
All
Robert.
right. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm 60 years old, but I'm still learning.
Yep.
I wish somebody else would come up on panel, though.
Yeah, Brian, jump on up. What's up?
What? Brian, banjo guy?
Yeah, I don't know about banjo, but yeah, guitar.
He plays banjo.
Yep.
Canada, you need to know. Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yes.
Ah, love him.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy.
We spoke on the phone. He's a great guy.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy.
Very, very intelligent. He gave me financial advice the other night. Shh.
I don't want to know.
You're not gonna know. We've got issues with Australia. Let's just put it that way. And he gave me some really good advice. I love that guy. He's so good. Okay, I have to leave for a minute.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you.
No biggie.
Pee break.
Yeah, Lieutenant, you're correct. There's a lot of facial recognition and stuff used in a lot of ways I don't think people realize. Of course, there's all kinds of stuff going on I don't think people realize, but welcome to the world we live in now.
Oh, like my phone, the newest update that wants me to do the facial
Yeah,
face
yeah.
recognition thing to
No,
unlock it. But
no, absolutely not.
No, I didn't. I have not set it up. I don't plan on setting it up.
Yeah. No. Earth to Brian. Where you at, Brian? Yeah, I'm not sure what MTO is either, Lieutenant. What's MTO, Big Dice?
Motor transportation officer?
Not a clue. I don't know.
Oh, Ministry of Transportation.
Oh, all right.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, well, that's different things called different places. That's too bad that flying a flag actually does that. I think that's BS. But as I said, welcome to where we live in. So has it been pretty decent up over there, Stephanie?
Sorry, I was just feeding my squirrels.
Hey, no worries here. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, I had a pee break and then I said, oops, I forgot to feed my squirrels. Got to keep them plump and got to keep them plump in case I need to harvest them someday. How sick am I?
Oh man.
I'm being truthful.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we don't get to that point. I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
impossible, but pretty unlikely.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the shit's gonna hit the fan sometime soon. My back channels, my intel is telling me as such.
You
You
know,
gotta watch
go ahead,
I
Stephanie.
follow a couple of people on Rumble. I don't know if you're interested, but I'm following Michael Jaco. He's a SEAL Team 6 member, retired, and Lieutenant what's his name? Lieutenant something. They have really good intel because they still have their fingers in with their current members that are serving, and
Yeah.
they're leaking information. And I totally love their intel. Are you on Facebook, Lead?
No, I don't do Facebook. My wife is,
Uh,
but I don't. I don't do Facebook.
well, maybe share your wife's so I can share some links for you because I have really good back channel intel and I'm up to date.
Okay. Paula, you
Oh,
just jump in the back room and you can post it in the private chat.
Yeah, please, Paula. I'm Stephanie Berry. I'm wearing a long black dress, not hard to find. I'm totally authentic and myself.
Yeah. The only thing that I will warn you about, Stephanie, is even if a former military is retired, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not still working for the government. So, um, I'm not,
Okay,
not to dissuade what you're saying, but
okay. I
I will
agree. I agree.
be very, very, very careful about, uh, especially information when it comes about or for government. Um, and there's you understand why I say that
Yes,
firsthand.
I do. I do. Trust me, I have very good discernment skills and I'm connected to Creator. I pray every day and my bullshit meter works very well. So thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But we all can be deceived at times. That's for sure. I'm just as
Agreed.
susceptible to it as anybody else.
I don't know. I sent her a request.
Paula just said she sent you a request there, Stephanie.
Okay, I'll jump in right now. Sorry, I'm going to be away for a bit.
Yeah, do you think?
It's got my maiden name and then, fucker.
Damn, I love you, Robert.
Hey, Diego, how you doing?
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, yeah, I'll be a nice today.
Happy Easter, bud.
Oh, that's right. It's that time of year. Happy Easter.
Yeah, it's that time of year. And we actually got sunshine here today. Man, I'm feeling privileged.
Wow, nice. Happy Easter, Paula.
Happy Easter, my dear.
So how's things going down Mexico today there, Diego?
I really don't know yet. I just got up.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting time zones. Yeah, I liked your spice thing you did there. I was quite shocked though. I was like, damn, I didn't even hardly recognize him. I'm so used to seeing you sitting in the chair, and that was definitely a bit different.
Yeah, that was quite the experience for me too. You think that I could handle something like this without any stress after a year of what I've been through? But no, I was completely stressed out. It's a completely different environment.
Well, yeah, you're putting it out there now. I mean, it's yeah, it certainly looked like you had a handle on it, but you'll
Eh,
slide. You'll get used to it.
I mean, there's room for improvement. And then I had,
Well,
you're gonna like this. So I asked people for feedback, and a few people came back and said, the sound was hollow, and well, the sound was hollow.
yeah,
But here's the thing. Now, I
a
had
little
ordered
bit, but
sorry, go ahead.
no, you cut out.
Oh, I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. Where did I cut out?
You were saying something and then you just stopped. That might have been on my end. So yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, um, I had bought a really good lapel mic, but I couldn't use it for that particular video because you know the other cases for telephones.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I always have one of those for my phones because they're just the best cases around. But the problem with it is they're too thick at the bottom, so I couldn't plug it in.
Oh, yep, for sure.
And that day I was already too stressed. I wasn't going to do anything I was going to regret later to my case. Uh, and then I did I performed the surgery yesterday, and the patient is still alive, and the surgery was a success.
So you got it working now, huh?
Yeah, I had to undo my other case and basically cut a piece of plastic off the bottom, and then I put it back together, and voila, now it plugs in, and I tested it, and it works beautifully.
Good. Good. Yeah, that was the only thing that I noticed, but I don't. As long as I can understand what you're saying and it sounds all right, I don't get too yanked about that kind of stuff. But it's not like you're working in a TV studio or something. So
Yeah, but you know what? That's okay because I mean I anticipated that I was going to have audio issues, which is why I bought lapel mic to begin with. But
well,
it
yeah,
helps when you use it.
yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a worthy upgrade. Um, but like I said, I'm a little different, and I don't on YouTube. I don't expect people to have perfect production value when it comes to things like that because it's people doing stuff out of their homes. So it just seems that's a trend anymore nowadays. Is everybody's trying to look like a TV show? So but if you're going to build a brand or something like that, hey, that's the way to go.
Well, there's nothing. I mean, yes, it's done from home and all that, but it's small things that can make the experience better. I mean,
Oh, for
like you
sure.
said, uh, I mean, it's not a
So
TV show.
do you got your next plans in the works or what?
Yep, I do.
Good.
I do. Uh,
Now, is that something you're going to do like once a week or what do you think?
yeah, for now I'm aiming for once a week. Yes,
So you gonna teach me how to cook?
I am not. I am not answering that question without a lawyer.
I promise not to sue if I don't learn.
Well, in that case, I'm going to try.
What's that?
I said, in that case, I'm going to try.
Yeah. Nescafe makes a good joke on that. Turn off the channel and don't come back until you got a mini sound studio, green screen set up with 3 cameras and split view. Thank you.
Oh, okay, okay. Nescafe, you know what? I'll give you my address. Since you seem to want to donate all that.
Yeah, that's the thing nowadays, I guess. Well, yeah, there's a lot of people, doing that kind of stuff. I'm more of a keep it simple, stupid kind of person. If I can turn it on and it works, that's fine with me.
Good enough for you, right?
Does not.
Yeah,
have to.
I mean, obviously, with what you're doing and what I have done, that is literally the thing. I mean, it's simple. You turn off your camera, you're sitting on your chair, and you talk to people. Fine. Um, but with what I'm doing now, it's a little different. I now have to, because I'm filming with my cell phone, so I have a good tripod, so that's good. But I have to constantly change the angles because I want people to see what I'm doing.
Yeah, you really got to think through. Yeah, that's a pain. That's going to be a pain in the butt, but it's something you'll get used to for sure.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you were the one that told me to go ahead and put something out there. And at the end of the day, you're right. I mean, you're getting nowhere if you don't start.
Correct. I mean, it's just like doing these panels or doing anything that you're going to throw up on YouTube. You just do it. If people like it, they'll like it. If they don't, they don't. Uh, I personally don't chase that kind of thing. It's just a consistency thing. You get into the groove, and it's like anything else. It'll grow, especially if you're putting out quality stuff, which it seems like you're doing. So,
And you seem like a perfectionist, so
yeah,
things
yeah.
can only get
Diego's
better.
definitely a perfectionist when it comes to things. That's for sure. Uh, and I think it'll serve you well, but don't stress it too much. You know.
Well, I'm trying to. Um, I'm trying to take it easy on myself. But yeah, you're right. I am. I do want them as things as good as it can be.
Oh, for sure. There's nothing wrong with that. But just remember that you're also doing it
Just starting out.
as think of it more as a form of no. From a personal standpoint, try to have fun at it as well. Remember that things are not always going to be perfect, which is fine. There's no expectation of that.
Hey Tyson, you are right. Brian, I am my worst critic. Yes, completely agreed. And we need to recheck here.
Maple Blaze.
I do Maple Blaze. Good to see you. Happy Easter. Yeah, Brian, we are our own worst critics.
Oh God, yeah. You can hear Robert when he's trying to figure out a guitar lick. Oh my God.
Yeah. Or writing.
Oh yeah, that too.
that's something I guess I need to get around and get stuff set up and start doing, and start putting out some more stuff when it comes to that. But kind of the whole thing that I have been doing and trying to see how the flow of things are going. Um, I think the past couple of years have gotten kind of people off kilter. So it's good to see you do something, Diego, that's outside of the things that we've been trying to do for the past 2 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and here's the good news for you. By the time you're ready to film whatever you need to film, I'll have some experience under my belt, and I can probably give you a few pointers.
Oh yeah, I'll let you make the mistakes.
Oh, Robert.
No, but Paula, you're laughing, but you have no idea how many shows, cooking shows that is, I've watched before I did that video.
Yep. Well, and you can only glean so much until you do it yourself. You got to find your own little niche and what's going to work. And uh, my only advice that I would give from watching that first one would be let a little more of yourself out. Try not to be so sterile. But you could tell you were nervous as hell too. So
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you know my personality, and it'll come through eventually. I just
yeah,
have to
yeah,
start
for sure.
getting, I just have to start getting comfortable. And part of that process uh, was to take the leap.
Oh, for
I
sure.
mean, remember, uh, and I think I told you this, but before I came on my very first panel, not mine, but somebody else's, I I was never on camera, and I
Right.
was so nervous. And then I met a troll, and then and then it became easy. It took one of them to get me out of my shell.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's funny. That's funny as heck if you think
Yeah.
about it.
Well, if you've never, like for me, I kind of have an advantage from being a performer. So being in front of people doesn't bother me. Um, albeit on YouTube, I the whole camera thing, I just personally don't care about. Um, now if I was doing a tutorial or doing something like you're doing, then you certainly want to do that on camera. But uh, as far as anything outside of that, nah, just. Um, but you'll get used to it. I mean, especially as you make more of those and get comfortable in your own, shall we say, in your own skin. Um, and that's when you'll hit the stride, and that'll take a bit.
I don't actually think it will take all that long. Maybe 2 or 3 shows, and after that, I'll be okay. Nescafe, I think you missed part of our conversation. Um, when you say I need you to up the octave, I am assuming you're talking about the sound issues I was having. I talked about that. Those are fixed. So next video, I will have perfect sound.
Yeah,
Now
I
I
think
can.
I think he's being a little sarcastic, but not
Okay.
necessarily.
Okay. Well, yeah, missing it. Hey, TPR.
Hey, how you doing,
Hey,
TPR?
hey, I heard you say troll, and I'm like, oh, Diego just called me, so I ran back out of the shower.
Who are you, TPR? I don't know you.
I'm just a dude who lives in Western Canada.
Ah, cool. Freedom fighter type.
I'm the devil's advocate.
Yeah, He's actually somebody I know from other areas of YouTube, from the billiards world, pool world.
You missed it, Robert. I had a pro player on the other night.
Did you? Damn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the audio is like I have 2 microphones listed that have identical names, and I picked the wrong one, so my audio is like super quiet. But if you just crank it, you can hear the whole thing.
Yeah. Do you have the ability to rename them?
No, it's what Windows calls them. One is USB 3 audio codec, and one is USB 3 digital audio codec.
Oh, lovely.
And I'm like, well, all the sound is digital, so I picked that one, and no, apparently I have to pick the other one. And I'm like, oh crap. Oh well.
Well, live and learn. You'll know the next time. That's the whole idea behind this stuff. Nobody does it perfect.
Oh no, well, like the last time before I rebooted the computer, it was USB 4. And it's just the way the computer boots up and it addresses different things. It happened to change the number, so I'm like confused and whatever.
Yeah, that would get a little confusing.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. But yes, Diego, I liked your video. That was good. Like I said, the secret is don't imagine the audience naked. Just get on the camera naked, and then you'll never be embarrassed again. Don't worry about it.
Nah.
Cooking naked with Diego. Haha.
There you go.
You never know. That might be a thing.
I'll give you a partner link to my OnlyFans.
I'm gonna let you guys talk to the wife real quick. I'm gonna go use a little boys' room. I'll be right back.
All right.
Good luck.
Good luck. Sounds like a prostrate issue. Come on now. So, Paula, are you going to take on my my skunk cooking advice or what?
No. That
Steffi would do it.
doesn't even sound good. Look. God, no. What? Outlaw? No. You are too fat to get on my mind. No. Dog, I'm going to swat you.
Oh, well, Steffi.
Oh, uh-oh. We did, didn't we? Sorry,
Yeah.
I was looking the other way. I was yelling at the dog.
No, we didn't lose her. She put in chat that her time
Oh.
is done for today.
Oh, that's too bad. I didn't see it pop up with a number, so I didn't notice. There was a new comment.
Much love, my dear, and you have a good day.
Yeah, we'll see you later, Stephanie.
Oh. So is everyone having a good day so far? You got your morning coffee here, Diego?
Actually, I'm drinking room temperature chamomile tea.
Oh. Well, I finished my first can of Red Bull, so. But
I can't. I can't. I mean, not that I ever had Red Bull or want to, but I can't have any of that stuff right now. I'm still sick. Remember?
But I've been up what since like 7:30 last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Can you send me a link for that toy the dog has? Because it sounds like fun, and I want one. Chew on.
Well, he's kind of created himself. He tore one apart to get the squeaker out. So I guess pick one at the store and tear it apart.
All right. If I get arrested, I'll be like, Robert told me to do it.
Yeah, it had the one hit that he has. It had 2 balls in it. They're actually quite durable, surprisingly.
Yeah, I haven't made them yet.
Yeah, this lab likes to tear things apart.
And eat them.
Yeah, and try to eat them.
No, there's no trying.
My cats are all about the cardboard.
Yeah, well, this one, he hasn't figured out that not everything in life is made to eat.
My Roddy figured that out when she tried to attack a skunk, and well, the skunk won.
Oh, that never. My yellow lab that I have over here, he hasn't figured that out. He thinks it's something to play with. So if he ever gets caught out at night, he always gets it right in the face.
Yeah, that's
he
what
wants
she
to go
got.
play with him.
Yeah, and yeah, trying to lift the Rottweiler into the tub when she doesn't
Yeah.
want to go and she's in pain and her eyes are burning. It's like not fun, but
Yeah, and no matter what you do, you just can't get rid of that smell for a
Completely.
couple weeks.
Right. And well, we didn't at the time that happened to him. We didn't even have any tomato juice. All the stores were closed that night.
Yeah.
And what did we? Oh, we used citrus wine.
Yeah, citrus wine.
That had actually went bad, so it like
Yeah, it was
more
quick,
vinegar.
more vinegar, and then
that's actually what I used was vinegar and then tomato juice.
and then lots of soap. But just as soon as you go out and get in the rain,
You could still
oh
smell
God,
it.
you could still smell it.
And I think he got drunk a little bit.
Yeah, it was quite funny when we're doing it. And he's like trying to drink the stuff we were trying to wash him with. He thought it was a good time.
Yeah, when she got sprayed, walked down into the kitchen because that was where the back door was, and your eyes burned before you smelled it. Like it was just awful.
Oh, well, and the thing like with him, he's gotten hit twice now. He usually both times he's gotten it really, really bad because, like I said, he wants to go play with them. He thinks there's something to play with. Yeah, he probably tried to sniff their butt and bam, he gets a full face of it.
Yeah, all the skunk knows is there's a big wolf trying to eat me.
Yeah.
So
And all he wants to do is play. So yeah, getting that off him was not fun.
Oh yeah, spoke earlier. I wasn't trying to derail you there. It was just something you brought up, and I'm like, okay, I'll go down this path a little bit.
No.
But yeah, no, we'll do it a different day. It's an honest question, right?
Today is just general chat and people hanging out and kind of taking a break from all the craziness in the world. You know what I mean?
I don't go outside, so I mean, all my cool stuff is in the house. So I did put up on Discord the bird's nest, though. I don't know if you saw it or not. I left pictures so you could see what I had to deal with.
Oh, lovely.
I think they used a whole tube of silicone to seal the dryer vent in, so I put a board up against the back of the dryer vent to hammer it out. And I actually put dents in the wood and folded the end of the dryer vent. And then I had to go in with a knife, and I couldn't get inside the wall, so it was an adventure to get that thing out.
Isn't it kind of strange how all those things like that end up turning out that way? Something you'd think would be very simple.
It's supposed to take like half an hour to change a dryer vent. Mine was like 4 hours. When you see the glue, you'll understand. You'll be like, damn, that's a lot of glue.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I know how that goes.
I have never siliconed our dryer vent.
No, we never had a need to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I had a bird's nest in it, and when I got the bird's nest out of it, but then the flapper wouldn't close, so I pushed on it just to see if I could like push it back down to where it should have been, and the flapper snapped in half. So at that point, it's like, okay, now you're buying a new dryer vent.
Yep. Nescafe, anyone have any interesting travel plans this year? Nope.
Well, maybe.
Well, I shouldn't say that. Not that interesting. Just going down to Tennessee to see my daughter. Um,
I have to go to the store in a couple days to pick up more bourbon.
Oh,
oh,
where'd he go?
says device not connected. ATPR, your thing just says device not connected. There, you're not. Oh, no. You're in and out, in and out. And he's gone.
Oh, he'll be back. You can never get rid of trolls.
Absolutely.
Maybe his computer thought he needed to go to the store and get bourbon right now.
Well, let's try this again.
There was a button, and I touched it, and I don't know.
We told you not to touch the red button.
But it was shitty. It said don't touch me, so I clicked on it. I had to. Slides.
I've never been to the Jack Daniels thing, Lieutenant. I'm going to have to check that out. I don't know if they give tours or not. That'd be kind of cool. Considering I delve into the, shall we say, the chemistry of it.
That's what, get one.
Oh, I would definitely go there if they have a tour.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
All right.
Nothing better than original tour. I've done a few in my life. I did Guinness, for example, in Dublin. I did.
No, that'd be cool.
Oh, that was very, very good. I mean, that was so much fun. And then I did actually a few tours of port wine in the south of Spain, which were really cool. I mean, those original tours are good because, well, you get it straight from the horse's mouth.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And usually it comes with samples. Oh, I would have loved to do that tour in Nescafe. Lagvulin, that's a single malt, isn't it?
Yeah, you got a bit of goop on their TPR. Just a touch.
Yeah, just like 2 pounds or so.
Yeah, somebody went a little crazy.
Oh crap! Jack Daniels has joined Bud Light. Oh
No.
man!
Oh God!
I read something about Bud Light or Anheuser-Busch having fired their entire marketing team. I don't know if that's true or just somebody's meme.
I can't say that actually it would surprise me. I mean, knowing your clientele is probably a good idea.
Yeah, you'd
Dude,
think.
it's Bud Light. It's American light beer is like water.
Well, yeah, I won't disagree with you on that one.
So I don't know how manly you are if you drink Bud Light. I used to like it, but I like the Canadian version. It was just like $60 a case, and I'm like, yeah, no.
Yeah, Nescafe. We have, well, if you ever go to Munich and you like beer, we have a monastery called Andex. And it's a little bit outside the city. And then when you get there, you're supposed to hike up a mountain. And it's quite the hike. But boy, is it worth it when you get up there. I cannot recommend that more.
Diego,
Yo,
Jack Daniels does tours daily.
okay, well, I'm no longer that interested if they joined the walk.
Yeah, that definitely is not.
Oh, I don't know. Have they?
It seems to be maybe.
Huh.
If there's like a free bottle at the end of it, I'll be in shape in no time.
Oh, okay, yeah, Nescafe. So, yeah, go ahead and put that on your list. Google it first so you have an idea. You don't actually have to take the hike up the mountain if you don't want to. You can be lazy about it too. But yeah, oh no, you'd enjoy that tremendously. Oh, and talking about tours, here's another one. If you make it to anybody makes it to Mexico, in Guadalajara, there's something called the Tequila Express. Now that is something my wife and I did when we went to Guadalajara on vacation, and probably one of the most fun days I've spent. Well, at that point in a long time. Um, they literally put you on a train at 8 o'clock in the morning. 8:30, the train starts rolling. By 8:45, you have a beer and a tequila in your hand, and you take the train for I don't remember about 2 hours, I would say. And now what we didn't know, we were in the first cart, and what we didn't know what was about to happen. So now, by the time that happened, we were already halfway buzzed. And next thing we know, there's a fully blown mariachi band coming to our cart. I mean, we're talking about the real thing here, not these wannabe mariachis, but the real thing. And everybody was partying. And then you get off the train, you go on a bus, you go, I don't know, 20-minute ride maybe. And then you're at the place where they make tequila. And I can't remember which brand it was now, but that's irrelevant. So you get off and you start walking, and you walk for about 10 minutes. There's a guide that explains things. And next thing you know, there's a huge table laid out with more booze. And you think to yourself, well, I better stock up. We probably have a long way to go. Uh, and you walk for another 10 minutes and you're inside where they make the tequila. And there's this buffet set up. Now, this buffet has got to be about, it's a U shape, and it's got to be 15 meters by 15 meters by 15 meters. And anything food related in Mexico is on there. And that's your lunch. And then then you're doing the same thing in reverse, basically just boozing, and you get back at about 6 p.m. The whole thing is dirt cheap because they're doing that to promote trains and tequila and lasso swinging, which is um, a Mexican sport, even though it's dying. So if you're ever in Guadalajara, you have to do that.
That actually sounds almost identical to something I saw on a Siberian Express travel blog where they did the exact same thing, but it was with vodka. And they stopped in these little villages that have no roads to them. And they have a band. It's not band, but I mean, they have people come up and play Russian music while you're on the train and you're drinking. It's almost identical.
I actually know a couple that good friends of mine that went on there. They told me all about that. Yeah, that does exist, and apparently, if I remember this right, he told me that every person on the train gets 2 bottles of tequila. Not tequila. Sorry, vodka. Uh, per day.
Holy smokes!
Sounds like heaven. I mean, wait, my
Hey.
doctor's not on this podcast, right?
It sounds like a liver transplant to me. Holy smokes!
You
Well,
have
they
like
do.
season passes for this train or what?
Sorry, say that again.
I said, do they have like season passes for this train where I can go on every day or?
No idea.
Yeah, that would be just a bit much, I think.
Always
Well, I
bring an
mean,
empty suitcase.
nobody is forcing you to drink it.
All you really need is like 2 pair of underwear for the whole week. Then you just turn your shirt inside out after a couple days, and your spare suitcase is just vodka.
Yeah, no doubt. Stockpile. Mail it home.
I do not have a problem with alcohol.
Well, that's entirely obvious, I think, at times, our guy. I don't think I've ever seen you on camera without a drink in your hand.
Yeah, well, you know, I
Yeah,
only have enough to live so long in my retirement, so I'm making sure I'm hedging my bets here.
Well, different folks, different strokes, you know, whatever works for them.
I do start out my day with a good half liter of water and a coffee, so there's
Yeah.
that.
Speaking of that, did you
Made more coffee. Yes, I did.
would you grab me a cup, please?
Yes, dear.
Thank you.
It's actually neat, or not neat. It was oppressive, but a topic we won't dive into. But actually, at the law office that I worked at, it was the same thing. They can randomly test you at any point to see if you have any intoxicants in you. And I'm like, is your office culture really that bad that you have to randomly test people to see if they have to drink to get through the day?
Yeah, that certainly could be a problem.
I worked at places where, like, you know, I get to work at 7 a.m, and one of the other guys, one of the managers, is there, and all I can smell on him is just rye, and I'm like, it's 7 a.m, dude.
Yep. Although, you know, I've seen people that from the moment my grandfather was one of them. He would literally get up in the middle of the night and he had a fist sitting on the back of the toilet. So when he took a piss, he'd swat a couple shots before he went to bed, back to bed. I don't think the man had a sober moment in his life.
Yeah, I actually had a friend who's she divorced her husband, and he took it out on himself by drinking himself to death. It only took him 6 months, but he's drinking like a fifth a day, and he would get them delivered to the house, and that was all he did with his life during the divorce was drink. I think there's a difference between having a couple drinks a day versus I'm going to drink a fifth, you know, for breakfast or whatnot. People tend to go way too far with it.
Well, that's like anything else, you know, it becomes a form of escapism, and then alcohol is addictive. So, as much as people like to say it's not, it is. Um, you know, it's one of the few things that actually can cause you physical problems if you are an alcoholic and jump off it too quickly. So, you know, it's not surprising that there's some people out there that literally spend their whole existence or waking existence drunk.
Yeah. But I've actually seen a few studies that show that excessive cannabis use can cause serious harm to you as well.
Oh, well,
Just doesn't do it in the same way.
excessive anything is going to cause you harm for sure.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. You know, that's to be said about any number of things. You know, that's why it's not. I mean, I guess what I was saying was not too bandy about anything else. It was just that in excess in that case right there. You know, there are, well, like I said, my grandfather, he was one that, and I don't think I've ever met anybody else that was to the extent that he was. Um, I would bet he was busting down at least a half gallon a day, if not more. You know?
Yeah, in Canada, they used to have a big thing on Facebook where there was a group and it's, I smoke weed every day. And it was the coolest thing ever for some people before it became legal. I'm like, why isn't there a group that's like, I drink every day? Why is one thing acceptable and the other not? They're both addictive, mind altering drugs. So,
Well, it's like anything. It's a form of escapism. If people, and then if you abuse it, it's like anything else. You know, how do people get hooked on pain medication, opiates, and things like that? You know, same deal. Take too many of them.
well, I think I told you that before. It's for my back. The last doctor I had his, he's like, oh, well, we'll give you Oxy for that. And I'm like, whoa, hang on. This is like my second visit here, and you're prescribing me narcotics that I need a note for every day? How about no?
Well, that depends on the person. It's like one of the medications that I have to take for one of my problems is highly addictive, and I was warned that it's highly addictive. So I only ever take it when I absolutely have to. You know, so being aware of it, and I guess, and I've never had a point, you know, to say that I've had, you know, any kind of craving or anything for it, but I don't take it in any form of normalcy at all. Frankly, I haven't taken it for a couple weeks.
Months.
Oh yeah, actually months. Yeah. So, um, you know, and that's with anything, I guess, when it comes to that, is if self-control when it comes to it.
Yeah, I got I had one of my root canals. They gave me Ativan, and he's like, "Well, you've done drugs before, right?" And I'm like, "No." He's like, "Oh, I'm like, why would you assume that?" Like,
You've done drugs before, haven't
jerk.
you? Well, no.
So he's like, "Well, this is really mild, and you just put it on your tongue, and it'll dissolve, and you'll be fine." So they put me in this little quiet room in a dentist chair, but all the lights are off. I take the pill and it dissolves. And the next thing I remember is a day later. And I'm like, wow. And people sell this on the street? Holy cow. That's about my experience with drugs.
Yeah. Go ahead, Diego.
I was going to say they probably thought on drugs because you didn't make any sense at the time.
I don't make any sense now. I just look cool and have nice hair.
Well, yeah. Okay. I'll leave it at that. That's a good point, Lieutenant, that as I said, a lot of people use it for escapism, especially in a lot of, the world can be high stress to some people, a lot of people for that matter, depending on what it is. So, yeah, escapism is definitely part of it. And Uwe, I would have no idea because I haven't taken any of that crap. Nor do I intend to.
Yeah, I just don't want, like when it was prescribed to me or when he was trying to prescribe it to me, I worked at an airline. So there's no drugs. Like you get randomly in quotes tested every single month. And I popped positive for opium. And I'm like, yeah, I suddenly just started injecting crap into my toes. Like, think about it, Or I got nailed positive for cocaine, and I'm like, I was at the dentist. What do you think they give you? It's Novocaine, lidocaine, and tryptocaine, which are all derivatives of cocaine. Right? But they were that serious about it because you got to think about it. Like an airplane, if the engine breaks down, you don't pull off to the side of the sky. If your engine light's on fire, you don't get to pull over and abandon the vehicle like you're stuck in it. So there's no messing around when it comes to airplanes. So the drugs and drug testing is really severe.
Yep.
So when it came to getting a prescription for that, I'm like, no, I don't want to have an excuse to be stoned every day. I don't. It's not worth it to me. I'll find a different way to deal with pain.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Absolutely. I guess growing, getting into music very, very young. Um, I mean, I've seen just about every type that you can think of, but I also got to see what it did to people, and yeah, there's just no way in hell that I wanted any part of that shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead, Diego.
I have a friend in the U.S. Highway Patrol, and they go through random drug testing at least once a week.
Yeah, I actually have scars up and down the insides of my elbows from all the needle marks. It looks like I'm a junkie, but I'm not. That's just from the number of times I've been stabbed to get blood to find out that I'm still not doing drugs.
Wait, wait, hold on. I thought those things were pee tests.
No, you get pee, you get hair, and you get blood. And once in a blue moon, like every 6 months or so, they'll do a DNA swab.
Well, if they do blood testing, they can shove their job up there. You not know what.
Yeah, no doubt.
For things like I was going to say TPR, but wait, that's me. For THC, they do that's why they're doing a blood test. And same with cocaine, they're doing that with your hair samples. I don't remember the opium because they do it all at once. And I don't remember where you get flagged for opium, but that was just me eating poppy seeds.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're right. I secretly, I don't show my feet on camera because, I don't want to hide my track marks.
Yeah.
the Lieutenant, that's very true. I mean, the if you look 50, 60 years ago, and maybe not even that long ago, I guess that's still very much a thing, I guess, to put it lightly.
Well, I mean, I don't know about violence. I didn't grow up with violence. But alcohol was definitely a part of growing up. And I think it's a cultural thing too. Um, Look, I came originally from Bavaria, so beer is not just, well, at the time, that was the only place where beer wasn't classified as an alcoholic beverage. It was classified as food. So even as kids, every now and again, we had a beer. So that was completely normal. And you look at cultures like, well, we talked about Russia. They drink like fish. And Ireland, my lord, uh, they can drink. Australia, another good example. It's part of the culture.
Wait, Lieutenant, wait a second. Are you trying to tell me something else is going on?
Oh man, how you doing, number two of fries? Good to see you. Uh-oh, somebody's chasing stuff in his dreams. No, and I guess that's a part of society too. That sometimes I think I have to agree with Diego. It's a cultural thing, and I don't know if is alcoholism over there a thing or no.
It wasn't. It wasn't when I grew up. No.
I wonder if that's
Look,
just a
look. I
matter of
give you. I give. I
exposure.
give you a good example. It is perfectly acceptable, or it was. I mean, I obviously haven't lived there for a while now, but it was perfectly acceptable to go to work and go to have lunch and have a couple of beers. Now, a couple of beers in Munich is a half a liter each, um, and go back to work. Completely normal.
And it
If you're-
still is, I think. Hey guys,
I don't know, babe.
Hey,
it's
Uwe.
still it's alcohol, but in Bavaria, it's classified as a essential food.
if you're
Ah,
It's
so
if
not.
you're an
that's
actual
interesting. So it's still true after all these years.
Yeah, and I don't know about a couple of beers, but even some companies, some employers offered their employees a beer for a second breakfast or for lunch.
Yep,
That's
that
no
used
shit.
to be normal.
Yeah, that's no shit.
Well,
So
if you're a functional alcoholic, though, really having a couple beer in the morning is not going to affect you. It'll probably actually help you, especially if you do repetitive, mind-numbing work.
yeah, but we are not talking about alcoholic because you know what Diego said, and I think that's still a fact in, I would say, 90% of Bavaria. They don't they don't drink 5 or 6 or 8 beers for breakfast or lunch at work. They have a beer or two because it's allowed, and I think they would get in trouble if the 2 beers would bring their alcohol level so high and they have an accident, whatever, that would definitely get trouble with the insurance. But in general, it's still allowed in Bavaria. But that's the only state in Germany where it's allowed.
Well, it wasn't that long ago in the 30s they were feeding kids opium and cigarettes because they were good for them. Like
Yeah.
they did it in your cough medicine. You had cocaine and opium.
Yeah, no shit. You know, it'd be an interesting thing to look at over there where that's normal, to see what their levels of alcoholism are versus the rest of the population that doesn't engage in that. I would almost bet it'd probably be lower.
And
I was
there's another
in-
thing. The alcohol level in that beer in Bavaria in general is a little lower than let's say a Pilsner beer or whatever in Germany, you know. So and Bavaria, they have so many private small breweries, and if you go for the Oktoberfest, I think there's about, I would say, 20 different breweries, and just only for the Oktoberfest, they brew a special beer. It's only for the Oktoberfest they get brewed that. It's a little bit less alcohol that the people can drink more. The only thing you could do is after 3 or 4 of these mass, which is always a liter, you're gonna go pee every 10 minutes. That's the issue, you know.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then you get problems in that tent with 15, 20,000 people. You got to go half an hour in advance to get in time to the toilet. Otherwise, you pee in your fucking pants.
I lived in Europe in the late 90s and early 2000s, and I only ever met one alcoholic, like one person that could be classified that way, but everybody drank.
Oh, there's by far more alcoholics. You know, that's the thing on many alcoholics, that you don't even realize and don't even see it on many of them, you know.
Yeah, like in England, it's totally normal to have a 14-year-old in the bar and somebody will leave them a pint, and they drink every day, all day. And you're still not an alcoholic. The one person I knew that was an alcoholic, I mean, he drank a lot.
So, what's the reason why you have to have the test? Are you a professional airplane pilot, like freight
Anybody
jet,
that works in any capacity that affects the safety of the airplane, so maintenance and flight crew all have to be tested that constantly.
All right. Wow.
And then I worked for a trucking company. It was the same thing. If you have to cross the border into the States, and because I dealt with financial information, then you have to still be tested. You have to have clean criminal record. When I worked at the law office, it's the same thing, because you're dealing with extremely sensitive material. Like, it could be as simple as a child being hidden from an abusive parent, you can't have any quote unquote weakness.
Yeah, they
you
don't
can't
want
have
no
a way. Yeah, they don't want you to have a way. Like you can't have a bad financial history and have access to those kinds of records because somebody could then bribe you.
Yep.
That's another big difference to North America and Australia here to Germany. There is probably any certain jobs, maybe for police or whatever, where they do a drug test, but I have never heard anybody, doesn't matter if it's an engineer, if it's a mechanic, if it's an employee in office, whatever, had to go to a drug test for the application for the job. Never. So it's maybe a case for if you want to go to the professional, to the army or police academy, whatever. That's maybe a different. I don't know about that, but other jobs, I have never heard that.
Yeah, that's kind of like what we were vaguely referring to earlier, about like why does one government have a test for this thing and who do they think they are? Well, it's, you have to follow our standards. It's the same thing at an airline. You have to show that according to the FAA or the CAA or whomever is the governing body that, according to your local standards, I am capable of performing my job. So different places will have different regulations.
Yeah, well, for sure. And if influence can be part of that, that's certainly going to be looked at as well, depending on what, type of stuff you're handling. That was very much a thing in the military. There's just certain things that if, like if you were an asshole deep in debt or you had a gambling problem or a drug problem or something like that, yeah, no, you were off the list right quick.
Yeah, and see, my thing, like the reason I agreed with it was my wife was flight crew, so that's my wife in that airplane. So you all are going to behave.
Well, yeah, I mean that goes without saying. There's just certain expectations that, unfortunately, human nature sometimes gets in the way. Which leads us to where it's at. Should it have to be that way? No, but common sense doesn't always rule either.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's where all laws and lawyers come from. Well, you didn't tell me I couldn't do it, or it wasn't spelled out for me. Nobody said I couldn't hit Diego in the head with a hammer, so therefore it's okay.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, then you have to hire somebody that says, no, you can't do that. Well, that's just your opinion, man. So then we have to get somebody to write it down, and then they have to prove providence and precedence. And then we have to go back, and now our lawyers use words in Latin because they're like, I have to prove that 2,000 years ago this was the case. And
yeah,
it's just ridiculous. You don't hit each other with hammers. Like, grow up.
I mean, I can't talk about the oceans, like the captains and the first officers or whatever you want to call them, but I would think that they don't have those tests. If you see how many freaking shit drunken captains are on those freaking tankers and cruise ships and all whatever, that is just freaking crazy. So I don't.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to ask you this. You make that determination by what?
By incidents over the last years. What happened?
Incidents where? Not, I don't need a country or location. I mean,
Yeah, on
where?
driving in the harbor or whatever.
Okay, there you go.
Just
There you go. You got your
2 weeks
facts
ago or
wrong.
something.
You got your facts wrong. Let me straighten that out for you. No captain puts his ship into a harbor. Not a single one. That's what they have pilots for. Every port has their own pilots, and they board whatever ship, be it a cargo or cruise ship, long before it gets to that point. And it's the pilot that's wasted, not the captain.
I don't know. I heard about pilots, yes, but I don't think that every single harbor on the planet has their own pilots. I
It's
got to disagree on
maritime.
that.
It's maritime law, Uwe. The reason for that is very simple. There isn't a single captain that understands and knows all the local currents of all the local places. Pilots are getting paid an arm and a leg for each ship they bring in. So when you see a ship dock and break the dock, it's not the captain of the actual ship. It's the pilot.
Maybe. I
Is
don't
it?
know.
Are they
They,
sailing or are they traveling? Because we're talking about maritime law here.
no, we're talking about these huge ships, not a small boat. We're talking about these
Uh,
huge ships,
it's an
not not
inside thing.
not
It's
not
an
private,
American thing.
not private. Let's say sailing or whatever. We're talking about professional.
Yeah, TPR was making a joke that didn't
Yeah.
land.
It landed to me. Does that count? I had my helmet on.
Well, you're in
Yeah,
a world
no,
of one. It's all
it
right.
landed. It landed with me as well.
No,
Yes,
I
Yui.
think.
I think. Oh, go ahead,
Go
Lee.
ahead,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, Yui. That's probably what it lends back to what we were talking about before, and what Lieutenant was talking about in chat is the job of piloting is so repetitive and so boring. Probably a lot of those guys do have issues because they're trying to find some escape from their daily life. And it doesn't matter how much you get paid, if you're bored, that's what's going to happen.
And they get paid a lot.
Could be a good reason. Yeah.
Well, I've seen people get paid up to $10,000 per ship that they brought in.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's the same route, it's the same kind of ship. They do get bored of their job. Pilots get paid a ton of cash. I know guys that are making $500,000 a year flying some of the bigger planes, and you know what? When they're not at work, they do drink.
well, another thing too, it comes to is a air of familiarity, and the worst thing to do is to get comfortable when it comes to things that can go south or sideways really quick. And I got to assume that that would definitely be one of those cases. I mean, it's not like you can just hit the brakes and stop. So that may play a role in it as well.
And my last live stream was a good example of that, being comfortable. I've done IT for 30 years. So I know everything there is to know about my computer and how it works. And yet I made a rookie mistake of not actually making a recording and making sure the audio came out perfectly. So you know what? It'll happen to anybody.
Yeah, for sure. The worst thing about anything is to your familiarity being so high that you begin to take things for granted, or not realizing that nobody does everything perfectly every time. We're not machines. So
Yep. I got to agree on that. It's the same with hospitals. If you have an hospital that makes the same knee surgery 3,000 times a year, and you have another one that makes 500 a year, that doesn't automatically mean that the 3,000 operations hospital is better than the other. The more your routine you get in anything what you do, the more, let's say, unforced errors you can do. You
well,
get
yeah,
unconcentrated and stuff like that. It's in every. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's a doctor, if it's an operator on any machine or whatever. I guess it's the routine is the killer
yep. It only
of
takes
concentration.
yeah, for sure. But that goes with anything. It doesn't matter whether it's pilots or
Yep.
airplanes, ships, doctors, whatever. It's all through.
If you
Hunters
drive
that
your
get drunk and
motor,
shoot their
yeah,
friends by accident.
Yeah,
if you drive your
absolutely.
motorcycle for years and you drive the same road 100 times a year, we know most of the motorbikers. They try to get this corner a little bit deeper, a little bit faster, you know, and they try, many of them anyways, trying to go as good as possible through that corner, you know. And one little mistake, dang.
I always found that 165 on one wheel is the best way to go, Uwe.
Yeah.
I usually try to put both back landing gear down at the same time, but I'm doing a little faster than 160. So
Well, you'll be able to relate to this TPR. It's the same thing like with billiards. Repetition, you get so comfortable, and you'll come up and you'll miss the stupidest of shots. You know,
it's the guy that I had on Friday ran 212 balls in straight pull, and he was on number 213. It was a 4-inch shot, and he just didn't pay attention, and so his run ended at 212.
Yep, took it for granted.
Everything. You can take tennis, whatever. You have a freaking rally with 60, 70 shots each, and you get on the net and you have almost a dead ball that you just have to bring in, and you just hit it in the net or cross court out, whatever, you know. You can take everything what you want. Everything.
You doing, Timber? Good to see you. Well, you know, I think a lot of that too is sometimes how we end up with what I would call nanny laws, just because of that kind of thing. You know, and you know, we're all adults. We've all worked in different things. We understand that. Do they go to excess? Maybe, maybe not. You know, it's the same thing with accidents. Most accidents people have happen close to home, you know, and that's a familiarity thing for sure.
Well, one of our, I won't name the company because it'd be bad, but one of our nationalized carriers had this thing, like they have unions, so the rules are very strict. And the big joke was, I have to staple your paperwork together, but the staple loader is on break, so you'll have to wait.
Yeah, but you know, that can go both directions. As absurd as that seems, it's certainly it's like having a harbor pilot. I would almost bet if it was feasible, they would do the same thing with airplanes. And actually, they do a lot with airplanes now because generally they're landed by autopilot, not by the pilot themselves. So,
Wait a minute. They already land not manual anymore? That's new to me. I thought at least the start and landing goes manual. So that must be
Takeoff is
pretty new
usually
then.
manual.
Yep, takeoff's usually manual. A lot of them now land automatically. That's been a thing, Christ, for a while.
I didn't use that. Holy crap.
It started with the A320.
Well, it's the thing. It is, Uwe, is there's unless you have conditions that are outside of the normalcy, it's generally all the same thing. So who's going to do that better, a machine or a person? You know, granted, not to say that machines can't screw up, because they certainly can, but in that case there, unless there's like a heavy crosswind or something stupid, very easy to program that in, you know. And it's
It's
consistent.
auto programmed. Actually, it's you do it's called an FMC. It's on a pedestal between the two pilots, and it knows what airport you're at. It can read the GPS data. It knows the minimums. The weather can be read by the computer, and it can say, no, I can't land this. But you do have to do a certain number of manual landings per month.
Well, yeah, that would be without saying. You certainly don't want to, shall we say, lose the ability. That's the only thing about machines that is a problem is they can't adapt to an unexpected situation. Whereas a pilot can.
Yeah, the other problem we run into is there's no more mechanical controls. And that's not done for a bad reason. It's simply because the airplane goes too fast and the control surfaces are too big, and you don't have enough muscle to move those flight controls.
Correct.
So everything is fly by wire. So,
yeah.
And if if the computer system that controls fly by wire goes out, you're in deep trouble. The F-117 won't fly. The F-16 cannot fly on its own. It can't glide. It's an unstable aircraft.
Yep. But that's like, it's like self-parking cars and shit nowadays. That's becoming a major thing. And kind of like the idea of autopilot in cars, which I really wish they wouldn't use that because it gives people a misconception. Because they certainly do not have the capability in most normal cars that they have nowadays to drive themselves under any condition.
I have a freaking great example for that. And that's no joke. That happened. I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago. It was before COVID. I know that. There was a guy with his Tesla Model S on the Autobahn. No issues. He was driving, I think, 140 or something kilometers an hour. No speed limit. Was all good. And there was 2 cops in a car behind him. They just randomly want to control him. And they passed him. And on the passenger seat, the cop says, "Hey, you know what? That bloke is sleeping, man." He said, "What?" So the autopilot is not allowed in Germany to use. So he was driving with autopilot, Okay, they said, "Okay, let's do this." We go in front of him and going slower and slower, and then until he brakes and follows. But what happened? Because it was on autopilot, they got slower. The fucking Tesla overtook them and go ahead in the same speed, 140, So they had to lock the fucking whole Autobahn to stop that freaking car, man. That it makes a freaking emergency brake,
Yeah.
So that's fucking insane.
That's funny. Yeah, I wonder if that was ever thought of as a variable when it come to programming them.
I want somebody to invent automated turn signals because people don't know how to use the little lever.
Oh, yeah, or they use it right at the last second.
Yeah, there's a secret for people who don't know. When they put up the direction sign, like this road is, or you're going to go this direction, that sign is a specific distance from the intersection to tell you when you pass it, that's when you put your turn signal on. Not when you're changing lanes. When you pass the sign, you put your signal on. But I think I was the only BMW driver out there that actually had turn signals equipped in my car, so I was lucky.
I don't think so.
Apparently, it's an option. No offense to Yui. I liked my BMW. It just, it cost too much, and I just flipped it for a profit. I bought it at a repo, so.
That's I can see like what Uwe was just explaining. Um, it makes me wonder if scenarios like that are being addressed, and then as I said, I wish they wouldn't name it autopilot, because like in that case right there, was that purposeful? The guy put it on autopilot and had this idea that, hey, that's cool, I can just go to sleep and let the car drive itself. um that's I can see that being a major problem.
He was drunk, by the way, too.
Oh well, even better.
So he did it on purpose because he couldn't probably drive manual. So he had to use the autopilot. So, but I mean, I can't prove it with any facts, whatever. But I can guarantee you, if let's say only 50% of all the vehicles, buses, cars, whatever, in 20, 30, 40 years going automatically without controlled by any human, I don't
Oh
want to be on the road anymore, because I don't want to see all the dead bodies on the street, man. Honestly. Plus all the fucking drones they're gonna fly around where people sitting in and stuff. Oh my freaking lord. Hopefully I'm done by that. I'm gone. Hopefully, if that ever happens.
well, I can certainly see transit being much more automated than what it is now, but uh in some cases I think that could be a boon. I mean, if they had the ability to say, point A to point B, and the car can do it safely on its own, um, and somebody's too inebriated to drive, yeah, certainly in that case there, it's much safer. But in the same token, it'd be much safer just to call a damn taxi. But like in my area, there is no such thing as a taxi, so.
Well, to
I
go
could,
back to the lead balloon joke, I wasn't driving; I was traveling.
I can see that on a railway, on a controlled, yeah, let's say rail, road, whatever, where there is no uh, wrong turn left or wrong turn right. Where it's basically going straight with some long corners, but not sharp, but where you can't go accidentally in this direction or whatever. I can see that. But on the street, on the regular roads, I would be scared to death, honestly.
You know what? That wouldn't scare me at all. I think by that time the technology would be so sophisticated. If anything, I would be scared of is the ability for somebody else to control your car.
Well,
That would
that's
be the
already
one
a
thing.
thing.
I
That's
mean,
already possible.
that's
Actually,
already a fact. That we don't have to wait for that anymore. That's already fact for cars built after 2016 or something. They can be controlled from the remote.
yeah. If you have Bluetooth in your car, so to connect your phone to your stereo, I could hack it.
Well, what was the ones that they I'm trying to remember where they did a test on that, and they were literally showed that they could get in and control the braking system on the car.
I think those were Toyotas. I remember it was years ago. But yeah,
Yeah.
you can hack the system now. There's firewalls that separate. Like, okay, my car, I have a Hyundai Santa Fe Turbo, and there's actually no steering linkage. It's drive by wire.
Yeah,
The brakes are the same thing. There's no actual physical connection. It's all electronic.
yeah.
So you could, if there wasn't a firewall, you could technically hack my car for the throttle, the steering, and the brakes. You could take over the car. However, the Bluetooth is not connected in any way whatsoever to the drivetrain. So you can't actually hack the car that same way.
Oh, there's many cars out there now with with that technology, especially the more expensive ones like BMW, Mercedes, Porsche. So yeah.
Have you looked at the price of the upper level Hyundais? Mine was $65,000.
Yeah, I know.
Cheap.
Hyundai is part of Kia, I think. It's the daughter of Kia.
Oh, I think it's the
So
other way around, but yeah, they're built in the same factory. They're like
yeah,
side by
yeah,
side.
yeah. But what I was saying, I remember the discussion. I think it was the first was Audi, and if I'm not mistaken, it was the Audi R8, which is like a rocket. It's like a Lamborghini with more than 600 horsepower and stuff. And I think that was the first car with the wire steering. So, and I remember the discussion when they started that stuff here. So, but now I think it's for the more expensive cars. That's normal. That's usual.
Only 600 horsepower?
Yeah, I think
Hey,
so.
my 2-liter is almost 300 horsepower with a 2-liter.
Maybe it's 700. I don't have the numbers in my head, to be honest. But it's quite fast. It makes from 0 to 200, I think, in less than 9 seconds. So that's
Yeah,
quite
that's pretty
fast.
fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, there is a reason for why they look like Ferraris or like Lamborghinis, because Lamborghini is part of Audi. So Lamborghini
right.
is not Lamborghini.
I'll be right back again. Coffee's kicking in.
So the same engine in that R8 is in any Lamborghini. It's a V12, I think.
So you're not. I was thinking of the S8, and that is an amazing car. But yeah, one of my neighbors has the Audi supercar.
The
That's,
S8 is nothing against that R8. That thing is
S8 is almost illegal in North America. It's so insanely fast.
yeah,
They
but
have
the
really
R8
low
is
limits here.
even worse. The R8 is fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like one of my neighbors has the Audi R, whatever. If you say it's the R8, okay, I don't really follow supercars.
Yeah,
like two of my neighbors have
it's
Lamborghinis, and people ask me like, well, which Lamborghini? I'm like, I don't know. And I have a GTR, a Ferrari, just in my neighborhood. Like you see them everywhere.
Yeah,
they're very different looking cars though. Like they're really low and really wide.
Yeah,
like they look like toys.
You gotta be healthy for driving that, and I guess you don't want to be sitting longer than 2 or 3 hours in those fucking cars, because if you get out there after a freaking 3 hours journey, you probably need a freaking hospital.
Yeah, they don't look like touring cars.
They are not very comfortable, man. Let's face it. You know, every little stone of a freaking inch you drive over feels like you hit a freaking curb on the walkway. You know, so these freaking things are hard as hell.
Yeah, I get that question sometimes from my friends. They're like, well, you could afford a Lamborghini. Why don't you go buy one? And I'm like, why wouldn't I just buy another house that would make me money instead of something that depreciates in my driveway? So I'm not super into, those kind of cars. Like hypercars, they don't do anything for me because I just look at it as an investment that loses.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even make sense here, because here you have maybe 25% of the autobahns left where you can go without speed limit, but the rest is all with a certain speed limit here as well. But overseas, there's no option for no speed limit. Those cars make no sense at all. I mean, what does make sense if you are in 3 or 4 seconds on your speed limit? What's the deal with that?
Well, yeah, like the Tesla is 2 seconds, 0 to 60, and 60 is above the limit in most states. So
yeah. So
Montana for a little while had a no speed limit road.
I heard about that, and I think Texas had one road as well where there was no speed limit, but that's a long time ago, I think.
Yeah, the one in Montana was about 15, 20 years ago, but people couldn't handle the same rule as the Autobahn, which is you drive within the limits. It doesn't mean that if everybody's driving 100 miles an hour, you can go 212 or 215. Like you have to, you know, be a little bit responsible. But then there was no law that specifically said this is what responsible means, so they couldn't handle it, and they had to take that freedom away from Montana.
Yeah, well, that rolls back to just like we were talking about drinking. It's a normalcy thing. You know, if it was something that people were exposed to all the time, granted, you're still going to have your idiots, but you have your idiots even with laws. Therein lies the rub. It's kind of like teenagers when they get out of high school and go to college and they end up, binge drinking and killing themselves. Just because of they've not been exposed and found those limits. And it's the same way with people with cars or anything. I guess it doesn't matter.
While I don't embrace Scientology, there was a good moment in, I believe the movie is called A Few Good Men. They talk about code reds, and the defense brings up, the Marine Corps standard handbook and says,
George Nicholson,
where's code red in this book? And he says, well, it's not there, so therefore it doesn't exist. And Tom Cruise picks up the same book, says, where is the directions to the mess hall?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, how do you find it if it's not in the book? Well, I just, I followed everybody else. That's the same thing. For some people, if it's not written down, it doesn't occur to them.
Yeah, well, and there, I don't want to say this, but there is a limit, for certain people. But how do you make that determination? Does society conform to everything because of the lowest common denominator? Does everybody pay the price for the irresponsible?
Yes, that place is called Canada. Eh?
Yeah, well, I think that's kind of a thing across the planet at the moment. It has been, but unfortunately, it doesn't always play out as is thought. Do you stifle? Do you stifle abilities or progression or any number of other things just because of the ignorance of the few?
We actually have a law here. It's called Leave No Child Behind. So my godson grew up in a very abusive household, and his father got taken away from him for reasons. And he didn't do very well in school because, it's the backlash of it, for him was losing his father figure. And, he was terrible at school because he didn't want to apply himself anymore. He gave up on life, and they wouldn't hold him back a grade.
Yeah,
for
and
not
that's
having done his homework.
bad.
And it's like, this is ridiculous. Like, if he doesn't learn, if he doesn't do the things that are required, then he hasn't completed the course. But nope, we leave no child behind. We'll just shove them through.
Same thing here with that's called No Child Left Behind Act. And the thing it's a lot of things in society nowadays that are just feel good bullshit. That it seems like that slow creep of that type of ideology, I guess, has crept into a lot of different aspects of life. Education being a huge one. And to me, it's a disservice not only to the child but society in itself. Um, you're not making people better by just pushing them through. And there becomes a point when it's useless for education because they're so far behind that they're not going to understand 75% of what they're being taught, or at least trying to be taught. It drives me insane the way they do math nowadays.
Oh my God.
They don't push basic math early enough as they used to.
And then it's called Common Core.
Yeah, and then all that craziness when it comes to all different aspects of society. Where in their strive, what they seem to deem as equity. Where everybody has to be on the same playing field instead of equal opportunity. And I think that's going to, well, that's already biting us in the ass, but it's going to come to bite us in the ass much more, I think, in the future.
Oh yeah, like my godson now won't talk to me because I won't swallow whatever it is he has to say. I'm like, no, that's not actually how the world works, Fred. Sorry. But I mean, like as far as something that you and Diego will understand in pool, going along the same lines, and David and I talked about it on my podcast, was there's certain teachers out there that will tell you things that you don't want to hear.
Yep.
And in today's world, it would be considered abuse, what I got, which was I learned from a snooker champion. His name is Cliff Thorburn. He ran one of the very first 147s on TV. And he used to hold a pool cue above my head. And if I didn't stay down on my shot, guess what? I got whacked on the top of the head with a pool cue. And nowadays that would be like child abuse. And it's like, no,
absolutely.
you're teaching somebody something.
Well, I mean, beyond the corporal end of that, it also does a disservice in many other aspects. Is what are you teaching a child if they're not to overcome those problems? How are they going to deal with adversity in the future?
Put them in a timeout. That'll solve the problem right there. And interpretive dance.
Yeah. That'll fix everything, won't it?
By the way, TPR, just as an FYI, I played Terry Griffiths once.
Nice.
Yeah, exhibition. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw him, he had the billiards glasses, or snooker glasses, as they call them in England. It's been a long time since I've seen him.
I haven't watched snooker for quite a while. It doesn't matter if you have more or less championships, world championships like others, but O'Sullivan is, for me, he's the god of snooker, man. If you see that guy playing, if he's in his mood, he's like a machine.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
no, but you know what? Like you said, it's not about, well, everybody wants championships and all. But let me tell you, the most gifted snooker player, the most natural snooker player that I've ever seen was actually Jimmy White.
Jimmy White, yeah, he was a stud too, for sure, man. 100%. He was fucking
I
awesome.
mean, he would just take on shots where other people go, "Are you kidding me?" Would you agree with that, TPR?
He definitely has a lot of skills. He's most famous, if people want to look him up, for it's called the banana shot. It's an extreme draw shot. And he makes the cue ball do things you're like, that doesn't compute. How do the physics work when he pulls off a shot like that?
What is another amazing skill Ronnie has is he's as good left-handed and right-handed. So he played a 147 both with left and with right hand. Huh?
I've seen him after a break-off. There's a YouTube video on it, and
yeah, he has the
looks at it
fastest
and he's got
147 too.
Yeah, and he's got one red out of the stack, and he looks at it and says, "What's the prize for a 147?" And like, there's 14 balls in the stack and one red out, and he's like, "What's the prize for the 147?" Yeah. And then he goes on to do it, and he stops at the black because he didn't like the prize.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah.
That, well, yeah. Beyond that, the thing of it is though, if they were to treat their training when it comes to snooker, and I'm using this across the board as a generalization, would they have ever attained excellence? No. And that's the same thing like you were talking about with schooling and stuff like that is, people have this idea that people just naturally jump into something like that and they're super pros or something like that. Now, granted, there is some talent to things for sure, but they didn't get there without overcoming a lot. And I think that's part of referring to what we was talking about when it comes to education or anything else, or driving or whatever. It's a shame that we're now in a society where the to strive for being better is viewed as a bad thing. I don't get that. The logic behind that just blows my mind.
One thing people should never forget as well, what is the case on Ronnie O'Sullivan, that he had to deal with a lot of hate and psychological issues because his dad is in jail because he was a murder. So that's why he had so many, let's say, breakdowns, that he took, that he almost ends his career with some crap, and then he came back like a genius. I think he had more comebacks in snooker than anybody else, and he has my biggest respect on all the genius on the snooker table. What he did with his background and his talent, Jesus, man, absolute unreal.
I don't want to redirect this towards my area of expertise, but it's kind of the thing where in the Mosconi Cup, which is Europe versus the USA, why Europe always wins is they have a better training regimen, and they don't do leave no child behind. And people, like even on my channel, got very disinterested when I started to get into pro level stuff. Like I'll teach you pro level drills and how to actually get through them and what the shots look like. But the viewership drops because they can't get the drill right away. And they're like, oh, well, this is useless. Like, who can do the L drill? This is impossible. I'm like, well, here, I'll do it for you on camera twice, both directions. And I'll explain what it is I'm doing. But it's too hard. It's like, I want the easy path. And I'm sorry to say, but you know what? The way they do things in Europe, where they don't have, leave no child behind, they're doing it better, and that's why they always win. But like I said, I want to keep it on like the education side of it and not strictly on pool.
No, but it's the same thing though. The idea behind it is it falls all across different aspects of society. It doesn't matter whether it's entertainment, as something you would do just for for entertainment purposes, or whether you do it professionally. To be good at anything, it doesn't matter what it is. You have to learn to be able to overcome things, and you have to learn that when you're young. Because usually most adults, if they don't, by that time they never do, unless they end up in a situation where they have no other choice. But even that seems to be thrown out the window anymore too, where adults are treated like children. It really worries me. The generations that have come up with those ideas, when they get to our stage in life, what's the world going to look like?
Well, we already see it with I make humorous reference to that sovereign citizen movement, but it's the same thing as I don't have to accept your authority because the internet told me I don't. Nobody does they don't look into anything, and it's like you can't use the 14th Amendment to get out of everything because when it was written, there were no cars. It doesn't apply. You know, but
Well, yeah,
I
yes
don't
and
have
no.
to
I mean,
follow your
certain
rules. Like,
you have
it's
to
just crap.
certain aspects do, and that's a different type of an argument. But what I'm getting at is what kind of a service are we doing to the future if, like in the No Child Left Behind thing, that they never have to face adversity, or they never have to uh, face where they don't get along and how to get along.
Well, that's what I'm referring to, is like they don't
Yeah,
have
for
that.
sure.
We've left
Well,
them
no,
behind, or we refuse to leave them behind. We're like, no, you have a voice, it's okay, you can disrespect the authorities. And I'm like, that's how you get shot. Like, why is this
well,
so
yes and
hard to
no.
figure out?
It's there's aspects though of many different things, because you have, in my opinion, you have overreach on both sides. And I guess finding that balance, you either have intelligent people and, shall we say, decent people for the most part, no matter what their beliefs are, or you end up with a nanny state. And nanny state is being nice. Um, and I don't want to get into the political end of it, but it's the same aspect. If you've never had to go through adverse situations, you're not prepared as an adult to be able to deal with anything.
that's why I think they need to rethink this whole idea of leave no child behind, because people are growing up without any clue as to how to deal with real life. There is a difference between bend over and take everything you get versus fight the man. And you
Well,
need to find the
you're always
middle of
gonna
that.
you're always gonna have that to some extent, because we all have different levels of tolerance when it comes to things. But if you can't articulate what that is, then there's a problem. Um, yeah, I could. That's a deep rabbit hole to go down for sure.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to go down it. I was just
No,
going to
I
finish my
agree.
thought.
I agree with you. In that aspect, I agree with you. But the thing of it is, there has to be um, the ability to communicate on a level where people disagree, and they can come, to look at things in a way to come to a rational agreement. Unfortunately, rationality has been tossed out the fucking window.
And yet Fry complained about my language.
Well, that's something for me is a very very
I'm just
pertinent
fucking
thing.
you.
So yeah,
What's that?
I get a little heated when it comes to that, because
Hey,
when
when
I
it
sit
comes
and
to my
watch
glorious
children,
leader, I swear. So whatever.
well, when I see children graduate high school and they can't even read at a second grade level,
Or hardly even right.
whose fault is that?
Yeah.
Uh,
The only thing I wanted to correct on it for people who don't follow it or understand it, like the sovereign citizens, what they're trying to use ancient maritime laws to justify they have the right to do anything they want. And they pull out Black's Law Dictionary, which I have a copy of in my office. And that's a dictionary. It's not the law. And they say, well, like under color of law is a New York state law referring to slumlords. It has nothing to do with driving a motor vehicle. So using those two arguments, you're going to lose every single time in court. You're not going to win. I don't care whose website it's on, and if they have a little blue check mark next to the name, they're still wrong. It's just the way that it is,
Well,
and that's
many
that.
aspects of that
That's
I'll
going into
agree with
the.
you on, for sure.
But I want to keep it, like I said, I want to keep it on your topic, right? So
Well,
I'm just
no, I
talking
just
about the idea of nobody's ever told these people you can't just make shit up. Like, you actually have to have an education in certain things. And that's the way it is, and that's the leave no child behind. Oh, well, it's okay that he doesn't understand because we don't want to make him feel ousted for being dumb. Yeah, you know what?
well,
Sometimes you
no,
do have to leave
it's not
people
even
behind.
that's kind of a. I'm not trying to correct you. It's not a matter of being dumb.
Oh yeah, no. I
Parenting.
wasn't.
It's a matter of
It's dumb is a frustrated word when it's like when we talk about my glorious leader, Kim Il Trudeau.
yeah.
It's the same thing. It's everybody has to feel good, and I'm like, no, they don't. Like when I learned how to play pool, you stand up, you get a cue over the back of your head, you'll learn.
Yeah. How you
Some
doing, Chuck?
things
Good to see you, buddy.
some things you do have to learn the hard way, whether you like it or not. And
Well, I mean,
Lieutenant,
there's
I like your
absolutely
humor.
there's absolutely no question that me and you agree on a lot of things and disagree on a lot of things. But it doesn't mean that we can't have reasonable discussions. But that also comes back to knowledge.
I refuse reason. What constitutional belief are you offending? Because I need to know the number so I can look it up and then quote that. Offended. Hashtag offended.
Yeah, okay.
That's just a way for people in chat to understand I'm not a super aggressive person. So
but if you look at that when it comes to more and more automation, more and more reliance upon technology and phones and whatever, as much as it is a great thing, it's kind of done us a disservice, I think, um, in the ability to think.
But that's their plan. They
Well, it
don't want
doesn't
to
matter
people.
whether
They don't want people. They think,
it doesn't matter whether it's a plan or not, Uwe. At that point in time, it becomes an effect. It becomes a side effect of the easy access to answers instead of having to figure them out. Example being math. Granted, hey, yeah, it's great. I can just put it on my phone and it'll do it for me. Well, what happens when you don't have that phone? So there's aspects of that. Yes, it's great communication. I mean, look what we're doing right now. This wouldn't have been possible 40 years ago. So it does have its positives, but it also has its negatives as well. And it doesn't have to be an intentional thing. Most certainly, things will happen just as a mere effect of the lack of usage or the usage of different things, being technology, like the self-driving cars. I mean, is that a good thing? Maybe.
I have those thoughts a lot about many stuff. If everybody would be better and happier if we would not have some stuff we have as normal and usual these days. And that's not only the internet, that's so many different stuff. But the thing is, it's there and we have to deal with it.
Well, yeah, for
With
sure.
with the bad sides as well. So
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I guess not everybody is always happy with all the stuff.
Actually, Classy, I am. I'm sitting here with my wife and stuff like that. I'm also talking to friends that I consider, friends and part of my family, I guess. Uh,
Hey, Salty.
The that's everything that we've been talking about here now, though, is what I would like to try to figure out is what has gotten us to the point to where people don't strive for excellence in anything, and that's become in many aspects not even expected. Classy, that's ubiquitous across anything. It doesn't matter what it is.
Why is Diego holding his tongue so much? That's what I want to know.
Who knows?
Maybe he's tired.
Maybe he fell asleep. He said he didn't just get up.
Yeah. I only single out Diego because I like his opinions. I always try to bring him back into the chat. Like we don't have to agree on everything, Diego. I still value and enjoy your opinion. So
Chuck is right.
I'm also trying to catch up on chat because I was
away
for a second. Yes,
Yeah,
I
for
agree,
sure.
Hooper. It's the way that we view him here in Canada. He breaks the law, and he excuses himself, and it's just like it's a joke.
Well, that seems to be ubiquitous for a lot of politicians as of late.
Well, I mean, like look at the whole convoy thing. Like honking your horn now requires me to deal with you with a tank. I'm like, can you just take a middle ground?
You were
Maybe
talking
listen?
about education and stuff. Would be nice if they would start to bring educated freaking politicians up, you know. But that's
Glorious Leader was the greatest drama teacher in history because he can rewrite it.
I mean, our economy minister used to write books for children, you know, like, and so he does not know what it means to be bankrupt, you know, and he doesn't know anything. He has never seen a freaking accounting or whatever in his life, and he's our economy minister, you know. So, but we all know that these people are sitting there on purpose. They pick up the same what they do with us with the brainwashing on TV. That's what they do with the politicians. They set up dummies up there that they can control way better than somebody who has at least a little bit of brain and say, okay, wait a minute, this goes a little bit too far, you know. So there's the reason for why those politicians sitting in the spots they are. But what's the education? I think it has to be completely overthinking. What if you just go back in our school? The time I had to spend 10 years in school. 10 years, it's minimum in Germany. You can't get rid of it. You can't go and say, I teach my children at home or whatever. So if you don't send your kids 10 years to school, they pick you up with the cops. So, but there's so much that you don't need to learn and you get forced to learn. And as we know now, there was a lot of even lies they taught us. So that's I mean that's one of the biggest problems at all. That not the talent somebody has gets supported and bringing up. They force you to learn something that you don't need and you don't want. And that's a big issue, I think.
I'm not Challenging a UV. I'm not sure. Am I supposed to say UE or UV? Like, how do I pronounce that?
It's actually it's Uwe, but it doesn't matter.
Uwe.
I take everything.
Okay. Okay. Well, no, I trying to be correct in it. What's something that you think that people are forced to learn that they don't need to learn? Right? It's an honest question.
How explain? How do I explain that? You know,
Like,
uh,
like, do you have something specific in mind when you say that? Again, it's not a challenge or anything. It's just it's an honest question. Like, what do you think that we could lose from the educational program, and what would we replace it with?
let's say if uh, you get as a boy or as a male, you get taught to stitch and whatever, like like handy stuff, like crochet or whatever. You never want to do or you don't want to learn because you will never need it because it's not anything you are interested in and not any direction you're going to pick for your job, whatever. That's what I mean. They should teach way more stuff that to prepare you for the real life out there, you know, and not something that some maybe need. So there should be more selection. There should be more options to choose what you want to do and what not, but not forcing everybody to learn something that not everybody needs. You know, that's is one of the things. I mean, there's no question about that. The general mass, everybody should know, and everybody should know their own language and should be able to read and write. You know, that's a different story, and you have to learn at least your own history as well, at least from your country. But otherwise, there's a lot of stuff in school get taught that's, in my opinion, not necessary to force somebody to.
I think that one's good. The sewing example, because I had to take sewing. It was one of those courses, and it wasn't in high school where you can pick your courses. It was in primary school where they you are learning this, and we all thought it was a joke as boys. Like, why the hell would I ever want to learn how to sew? But you know what? It's actually a useful skill in life to learn how to
Well, but
repair
hold on though.
things.
You made a statement there that I want to point out. How much were you actually paying attention when you took it as a joke?
Exactly. I
That's
didn't,
I
and I
think that's
wish I had paid more. I really do.
well, in that case, yeah, maybe that's the case. But in most of the cases, when it comes to that, would your time have been better spent on something that would have been more interesting to you at that point in time? Which would you have learned
You
more?
know what? You know what they don't teach you how to do is how do you file taxes? How do you change the tire on a car? Unless in high school you take automotive, nobody ever sits down and explains why there's a certain pattern that you put or you tighten and untighten bolts on a wheel. And that would be a useful thing to teach children. How do
You
I
ain't
change
wrong
my
there.
own oil? But what do
You
you
can
like?
be lucky
Kids
that
only
you have
have
that opportunity. You
well,
don't
yeah,
get
but
that opportunity here.
yeah, but what I mean is like, okay, kids only have so much time in their day. So what do you take away from the kids in order that they learn how to change a tire? Because I think that's a good skill for everyone to have. So that's what I mean. Like, you know, as an educator or as the teacher in the classroom, what do I not teach the kids in order to teach them this other skill they really should have? Like, do we keep them in school longer? Because I
No,
mean, that was
I don't.
hell.
I don't think that that's the case. I actually think sometimes maybe uh, things run too long, run to the limit of the ability for a child to pay attention. Um,
Yeah, for sure.
and
And then
Georgia
there's
Peach,
a,
well, hold on a second. Georgia Peach makes a good point. Her dad taught her that. And there are aspects that maybe parents should be teaching their children, but some kids don't have that opportunity. And basic things that we take for granted in society, some people may not even be ever exposed to. Something as simple as changing a tire. Um,
I never was.
Or
albeit
fixing a hole in your shirt.
Oh
right?
yeah,
As a
that's
soldier,
possible.
you understand that, right? How do I
As
fix a hole in my boot? How do I sew up my sock? Those are things you do need to know in combat.
well, yes, but we're not trained. Hopefully, not training kids at school for combat.
Yeah, we hope
Um,
not, but I mean, those are skills that are needed in life. That's why I'm saying, like, what do we take away? I don't see what we can. That's why I'm asking for other people's opinions, because if I don't know something, I want someone else to teach me, right? And
well, but
that's
hold on
maybe
here.
where I'm
Let me,
different.
let me ask you this though, and I'll go back to what you said about not being totally interested in when it was happening, and in hindsight, wishing you were. Now, if you're taught in education in the aspect of learning how to learn or learning how to teach yourself, all those things that you speak of as an adult, you have the capability to think about and find the resources to do that. Whereas a child, in that aspect, do we try to teach them everything in life? No. What we should be teaching them is how to learn instead of such a regimented. Sometimes, well, it's like the No Child Left Behind. What are you teaching a kid if they have no expectation that they're going to have to learn to overcome things, and that even the basics of reading, writing, arithmetic, stuff like that, to use the mundane thing, it's not so much as the what it is the how. Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm getting at?
I totally get it. I actually made a video on how to learn. Went into some of the brain science and how much a person can learn at any one given time, how you can memorize things, and how people get through college testing, which is called learn and dump. It's not a name scientific theory, but it's an actual usable example of how we get through school, which is cram a whole bunch of stuff in, and as long as you have a functional short-term memory, you can pass your exam. But try and pass that exam 2 months later by surprise, and you won't get a quarter of your answers because it was all stored short term. So did the child actually learn anything? No.
Yeah, absolutely,
Like,
and that's,
and
that's what I'm getting at.
yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, I think that the way that they teach kids, they're trying to cram too much in too short of a period of time. Like, why do I need to learn sewing? No one ever answers that. They just say, you're going to learn how to sew. Well, what the hell do I need this skill for? Right? And nobody will tell you that. They just tell you, you have to learn it. Like,
But
that's not an answer for a child. Like, because
but
they're curious, they're asking the question.
that's why I said you don't force somebody to learn stuff that they don't want to. If
Well,
you like to learn stitching and you get the opportunity to select it as a course in school instead of somebody else taking whatever mechanics or whatever, that's fine. But to force somebody to learn it, even if they don't want to, and if you get an adult, you have time enough to learn it. I think there's much more necessary and important stuff to learn that they don't teach you in school. That's what I meant with my comment, and not that it's not should be possible to learn in school how to stitch or draw. If the same is with art, if you don't want to go in that direction, you know it. Why you have to learn it? Why you get forced to learn it if you don't want to go in that direction? Why?
Yeah, well,
That's
when I
my
was
question. That's
11,
my question.
yeah, when I was 11, I didn't know that sewing would ever be important. So I wasn't really at an age where I was capable of making that decision.
well, but hold on. I want to roll back and kind of play devil's advocate in two different directions here.
You're the devil's advocate to my devil's advocate? You son of a.
Yeah, yeah, easy, buddy. Down, boy, down. Um, what you're saying, Uwe, on the surface kind of makes sense, but in the same token, when it comes to who the decisions makers are, is what's important and what's not, and that's the slippery slope we run down. And that's how we end up with the No Child Left Behind thing. Um, in my opinion, and somebody made the statement here, between 0 and fourth grade, you learn to read, and then from then on out, you read to learn, and that's kind of a truism. Um, that's, I guess, what I was getting at when it comes to education. Education should be more than just learning how to sew or learning how to cook or learning how to do uh, mundane stuff that you should be able to, as an adult, if you don't know that skill, to be able to take and go out and find out how to. Um, whereas the hard educational things, like I said, as it when it comes to reading and comprehension, um, math, uh, the hard sciences, mind you, not speculation. Um, there's many things that come in that aspect, but it should be to teach how to learn and the ability to do that.
Good point, Timber.
Actually stifle that.
Then there's another thing. I don't know if it's still. I don't have children, and I have no idea what's the school system these days. But when I was in school, you had a course, I think about 2 or 3 hours a week, that was called religion. And that, back in the days, there was not that many religions in my area here. So it was the Catholic or the Protestants. So there was 2 different courses. And you were forced to go there until I think you had the opportunity to take it off, I think in 8th grade or 9th, I can't remember. But until that, you had it. You had to go there 4 years, 2 or 3 hours a week.
Yeah, and
it was not a Catholic school or something. It was part of the German education system. And where Diego comes from, down in the south, that was even stronger than in my area where I come from, because they are way more Catholic down there. He will know that. And
yeah,
if you
and
force somebody to do that courses, sorry.
that brings up a whole other can of worms. um, Belief versus science. Um, and that's something that I definitely am not going to delve into today.
No.
But when it comes to education, one of the skills I think they lack is teaching kids how to critically think, or at least not enough to be able to figure things out without the answer presented to you. Learn to adapt. Uh, Math, as much as it's hard for a lot of kids, I think a lot of that is the way they were taught, because math is very much adaptive in many ways. I mean, you have 8 times 3, 3 times 8, or 24 divided by 8, or 3 divided, or 24 divided by 3. And as simple as it is to be able to put those in a relational sense, I think is lost. And I'm not speaking of just math, but many different things. And I could be totally off base. It's just my opinion on that. But I don't think what we have now is serving us well, not just as a generation when it comes to kids, but a generation of society. So
That's a good point that you brought there. You know what? That's another good thing. Math. Everybody knows there's some formulas, there's some math you can use different ways, but you both get the right result, the same result. There's possibilities that you do the math different than the other, but you both have it right. But if that's that's no joke. They force you, and they don't give you the points if you use a different way than the way they show you, and you don't get the points, and that's still a fact in school in Germany. I know that. Those
Chief, yeah,
things
go ahead, Uwe.
make those things make absolute no sense. Absolute no sense.
Diego unmuted, so I know he's got something he wants to say. I'm just waiting for him.
Diego?
I think he never was muted. He mutes his microphone. Not
Oh yeah, no, he
not StreamYard.
unmuted when you were speaking about him, and that's why I was waiting for him to answer it.
Ah.
Maybe it was an accident.
He might be AFK.
Yeah.
No,
But-
I'm here. I'm just using my headset.
Were you gonna respond? Because I'm always interested in what you have to say. So
No, I actually took my headset and laid down. I'm sick, so
okay, fair enough.
just
all
bear
right.
with me.
Yep.
All right.
No worries. One thing I was thinking of when you brought up some of the school courses was when I went to school, we had an entire semester devoted to understanding Upper and Lower Canada. And I mean, 6 months of that is a long time to learn about a political system and an environment. Yeah, 6 months of it? I mean, come on. You know, and I think for Americans, I think what you guys learn, I don't know because I don't live there. You guys probably took a lot of courses about Lewis and Clark. And okay, you know what? It's interesting history and lore that children should learn, but you could replace 5 out of those 6 months with something else. I think that's an area that they go too far in and then forget other topics that kids should learn.
You know, and I almost have to agree with you on that. There's certain aspects of history that are important. And then there's other aspects that to me should be left to a book to be read at another point in time. You know, obviously history has its importance if it's taught in historical context and correctly. Unfortunately, history is diluted depending upon where you're from and who's teaching it.
And who was the winner?
Yeah, well, it isn't even that. It wouldn't matter who the winner is. The person teaching it can color it any way they want to, depending upon their belief system, which is unfortunate. That that's part of human nature. You know, but I have to agree with TPR that do you need 5 months of that type of stuff? No, you don't. But like now, they literally don't teach civics as they used to. You know, understanding how your governments work, understanding how your representations work, or like in your guys' case up there, your parliamentary systems work. To me, that's very important aspect of life to understand that. Or our legal systems, even is how much basis ever touched on legal systems in school.
Ours
Never.
revolves around like how the Queen works, and we're like, what does this have to do with my daily life? It's an interesting topic for sure for people who follow that, but I don't care.
Come
I have
on,
never
she
needed
was your
that knowledge.
Your
No,
queen. Holy
no,
moly.
no. My queen was the girl that I put myself on one knee in front of and asked to marry me. Okay, that's my queen.
But you know, that's the other thing that comes to that. When you think about how government handles these things, these debates aren't, or discussions, I should say, not really a debate, aren't had in society anymore. and I'll roll this back to a lot of things I said. It comes back to apathy. The idea and the willingness to allow somebody else to make decisions for you. And that is another aspect of education that I don't think is addressed.
But what they need that for, Robert? If there is only one truth and one direction, what they used to train that for, Think about that. It doesn't matter what topic it is. It's only one direction and there's only one truth.
Well, but that's why I say it comes back to teaching, outside of the hard academics, be it math, sciences, things like that. Granted, you should touch upon a lot of things, but it should be in the aspect critical thinking, learning how to learn, how to find, how to teach yourself, how to use relational thought. And that's very, in my opinion only, very rare nowadays. One of the best teachers I had was my science teacher, and it wasn't because of what she was teaching.
Mm-hmm.
It was the lessons that she taught about the curiosity and how to figure things out, the problem solving end of it, and things like that. I don't. That's something I don't think is hit upon. I mean, when my granddaughter brings home and she's supposed to just estimate everything, or it's well, there's a number of things that I could say, but I won't get into them right now because it becomes politically incorrect. But those things are not necessary for education. If a person wants to learn something outside of that stuff, they should have the skills to be able to go and find that information or learn to teach themselves to do it. And they don't have that.
Here's the thing, like university and college are very different things. I can only speak from the perspective of Canada. But generally college is going to be skills that that are physical, right? So they're things that you're going to do with your hands, designing an airport, building a house, stuff like that. And university, you're going to get into more theory. And what I find odd that they don't teach children is the skill of debate, which is only available at a university level. So by that time, you've already missed out on that early learning curve.
It wasn't when I was in school. Fortunately, I did have a few teachers who still did those things. But
that was individual. Like, I mean, as a course, it should be taught, like how to debate,
I agree.
How to, but what it what it evolves into is critical thinking ability. So you've been a soldier. Okay. So if you have to break into someone's house, right? If you have to kick the door in to make sure there's not an insurgent there with a weapon, they can sit there and say, I don't agree with your laws, you American. Okay. You have to, as the soldier, then understand that you are an invading force and your laws are very different from theirs. And you kind of have to take that into account. Like, this is maybe why they're so aggressive with us. But people don't have that critical thinking. Like, when you get pulled over by the police officer, he says, give me your ID. They don't have that ability to see it from the police officer's perspective. Like, take your hands out of your pockets. Okay, if this is an order, and then they're like, oh, well, in Black's Law Dictionary, look, this is an order. I need your hands out where I can see them to make sure that you don't have a weapon, because I don't see it from your side. But the person who's fighting against it, they don't have that critical thinking ability. Like, well, he's just telling me and he's the man and he's bad. No, he's trying to look out for his own safety and for his family's safety.
Okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, though. There's many that do overstep their boundaries.
But it's not even about that. It's just about understanding how to think like the other person, right? So the police officers have to.
Well, hold on. But this is what I'm saying. is where the pushback comes. It's just like anything else. When somebody is confronted with something that would seem mundane, but it's abused at some point in time, people are going to push back.
Mhm.
Okay, for example, my wife and my cousin's wife, who had literally just had brain surgery where they cut the back of her fucking head off to do surgery. And a simple request to the police officer was, could you not have your lights in her face? Or they were asking them to get out of the vehicle and stuff because for some reason he was hell bent for leather for wanting to take and search my pickup truck.
Mhm.
But that was he was being a cock just to be a cock.
Yep.
And that's a problem because you run into it both ways. Well, what happens now in the future when something that seems innocuous is requested? The only experience people have to look back on, well, okay, fuck you too. And that's the problem as well.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Well,
serious.
that's
I'm dead serious.
no. I agree. That's what I was
because,
that's what I was saying though. The police have to be able to look at it from your perspective too. Maybe you haven't had the best relationship with the police so far in your life. Like I've had a bad. I've delved into this before on a panel. Like I've had negative experiences with the police, but I still treat each police officer as an individual. Not
well,
everybody can do
and
that, and
I do that until a point in aspect where, for example, me and my wife were coming back from the bar, and
Mhm.
she's driving because she don't drink, right? And it's raining and things like that, and she and herself, um, you know how when you get rain on a road, a dark road in a country in the middle of the fucking night with no lines or anything, it's just a country road, and then you got a vehicle that's 10 feet off the ass of your vehicle with their fucking brakes on.
Mhm.
Okay, well, he follows her for 5 miles and then decides to pull her over when she turns a corner 5 miles down the road. And his excuse was for pulling her over is that she was swerving. I says, that wouldn't be because you were 5 feet off her fucking ass, would it? In the
Yeah,
rain.
but that
He was
at
actually
that
putting
point,
things. Hold on, no, it doesn't matter. He had no legitimate reason to pull her over, none whatsoever, other than she had just left a bar. Period. That is
Mhm.
not an excuse. And then to do what they did was dangerous. It endangered not only our lives, but theirs themselves. And that has happened quite often. Um, and quite frankly, if they wonder why somebody's going to have the case of the ass with them, then maybe they should put themselves in check. And that's not to say all of them are like that. But I have met many that are. They have this idea that because they're by nature of being a police officer, they have an upper aspect of society, and they do not, especially speaking as a person who was in the military. And then you get the ones who seem to think that they should be treated like, well, we're military or we're the type of stuff like that. Well, no, you're not. If you want, go sign up and go get some in a foreign country and then come back and talk to me. You'll have a totally different perspective. And in that case, it falls under you reap what you sow. Now, I understand your what you're saying, but therein lies the rub when it comes to social issues, when it comes to people who are supposed to be in a position of somewhat authority, but in the same token, when they abuse that or try to do things that are outside of the law as a normalcy, that becomes a problem. And from both aspects and both sides,
I
the
think
more it's pushed, it comes both directions.
I think where you went wrong was exactly what I was talking about people following rabbit holes too far, which was I was actually going to say, in your wife's defense, yeah, she's right, and you know what, the cop should have done something sooner, and maybe he was targeting somebody, right? But that's
I
the
don't.
problem. People
I
go too
don't.
far
Hold on.
down
I
the
don't
road.
care whether he was or wasn't. That makes no difference. That doesn't give them carte blanche.
I'm not. I'm saying the exact thing that you're saying is maybe those critical thinking skills should have been taught to that police officer when he was in school. And maybe he would not have made that mistake. That's what I'm saying. People go too far down their holes and they don't want to come out and think rationally, like, maybe this person is actually trying to agree with me. Like everything's an attack. It's not. It's really not.
Well,
You
it
know,
may be a case
there
where,
I've run into cops that are
hold on.
fucking bad. Like I get it,
Well,
man.
yeah,
I've been there.
absolutely. But what I'm saying is, no matter what, and I'll kind of address Lieutenant here too. Independence in the States and in I should say the American thought process is there for a reason. For me, that I could go down a road that would just take. No, it's a debate that's going to need that would be had outside of today's discussion. But and I agree with you, TPR. It's critical thinking skills on both sides. But in the same token, I don't think it's a matter of critical thinking skills as much as it's become a normalcy more and more and more in society, not just here, but in many places.
That's where the critical thinking comes in. Is I don't have to accept the general opinion. I can think for myself and go, maybe I've unnerved this person and I need to take a different approach. But very few people are capable of doing that. You just showed it. Like, it's, and I've done it too. It's okay. No, none of us are perfect. The last perfect person I'm aware of got nailed to a cross. So I'm not above, making a mistake. I've done it. So
yeah, and I agree with you on that. It's as I said, where does that line begin and end?
When do we teach kids that? That's what we were originally discussing, right? It was education.
Well, no,
I think that's one of those.
Even let me ask this though. Even into adulthood, it runs both directions. And as I said, and this is what I was trying to get at, in society, when it becomes adversarial, which is what those situations cause, it only furthers to spread that divide. Okay. And is that a fault of the persons involved, or is that the fault of the system?
Have you ever let a person win an argument when you thought they were wrong?
No, it becomes a point when there's no point in arguing with them because they're never going to grasp what you're trying to say.
Okay, but that's kind of what I mean, where you're like, okay, this is not going to end well, so I'm just gonna tell you you're right and leave it at that. You've done that, right?
It also depends upon what it is, though. Is it something that's mundane of no consequence? Yeah, for sure. That's probably the best way to handle it. If it isn't, if it isn't something that is of no consequence, then walking away without resolute serves nothing, and actually it makes the situation worse. And exactly what we're speaking of when it comes to critical thinking skills, whether it be in school or whether it be in society and politics and law enforcement, or what, it doesn't matter what it is. In the context of, is it of consequence or not? Like food safety. I could argue with you, in some countries, the way they treat stuff is just fine, albeit if we do it here, we would be having a freaking heart attack because we know where it leads to food poisoning. Do you stop that conversation if it's, they open a restaurant up and you walk in and you get a plate that's dirty or utensils that are dirty? Do you not say anything or not argue?
Or you get teas in your food?
Yeah, yeah. Holy smokes! Holy smokes, Uwe. Oh my God. No doubt. Holy shit. I still haven't wrapped my mind around that one yet. Or you get teeth in your food.
Oh God.
Oh no, that's a thing, TPR. That's the thing, dude.
Are you talking about individual teeth or somebody's plate?
No,
Denture.
real teeth.
Oh, you.
Well, it's not just you.
Show
It's-
her the picture.
Oh my
I'll bring that. I don't. Not going to jump on my phone to do it right now. But yeah, that's a thing, TPR.
Oh,
Yum.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
It was in Japan though, so it was not in the US. But
I don't give a shit where it's at. I want to know what process as to how that led to that.
it's absolute disgusting, man. That's on a different level now, man. I mean, holy crap.
You know, for all the lepers out there, you can file your reports at leagueguitarman@yahoo.com. It's not your fault that your limbs fall off, okay? I'm here for you. Me and Justin Trudeau. I'm gonna go have a shower with an acid, after I said him and I together in the same sentence.
Oh,
what is your problem with your excellent, smart, and fine fucking prime minister? Eh?
Oh, I have pictures of him all over my house. We prostrate ourselves for at least 7 hours a day in front of those pictures.
Oh my.
He's just
glorious leader. 18 hole-in-ones in one golf inning.
he's just a fine
come
guy,
on.
isn't he? I mean, Jesus,
Come
what's
on.
wrong? Have you anything against communism or fascism? No.
Robert said no, so I won't go into that discussion.
Oh shit! You just had to go there, Uwe. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Poor
I'm
Diego
glad-
is delirious with fever in the background, having nightmares about Putin.
Yeah, I'm glad we can laugh about that shit.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're actually free to have this discussion. Some people in the world have been arrested for wrongful thought, which is North Korea. There is a law about wrongful thought. How do you prove thought? But they don't. There's no proof there. It's like you did it, you're guilty. So life could be worse.
Well, let me ask you this though.
We are not far away from that.
I was going to say, there's some aspects in our own society that we're not far away from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But
it rolls back to exactly what we're saying though is education, independent thought, critical thinking, and I agree with you on this, TPR debate. That's a skill that I shouldn't say skill because it's more like a etiquette and a protocol. That's lost upon many people. It's I'm right, I'm always right, and that's the way it is. So
you've met me.
I'm always right.
No, I'm the center of the universe. Neener, neener, wiener, wiener.
Yeah, well, take your wiener somewhere else.
You'd like it. I know you subscribe to me on OnlyFans. I actually keep.
I'm doing a study in oddities in the world, so.
Okay, well, it's freakishly large, but whatever. No, I actually keep notes. Like if you say something, like I'll write down a quick note just to say, hey, I want to just address this point. But I always keep in mind in the school of debate, so to speak, that we need to keep on the same topic and not follow rabbit holes. Otherwise it's just
absolutely.
It's a random chat.
That's why when I do normal panels, if I have a topic that I'm on, I try to keep it as closely as I can. But in the world of the internet, that's like herding cats sometimes. So
I keep telling people this: herding cats. I have had 5 at one point. Okay, herding cats is easy. It's a bag of treats and you rattle it. It's not hard. Herding politicians is hard. Herding cats is easy.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. But in the same token, I could really make a comment that'd be out in the wrong field. So I'll leave that one alone.
I need to
has to do with an island, and but what'd you say, Paul?
I need to ask you
What?
TPR.
Well, you have a lip mouth.
Okay.
Open it. You're very good at it.
Okay, TPR. I have a question.
Okay.
You said that you learned how to like mend socks and that, correct?
No, I said it was a skill you could learn from it. I learned how
Oh.
to sew with a sewing machine and a thread and needle. I did not
Okay.
learn how to darn or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Darn.
Yes, I know what that actually means because I then later in life learned I might need to know this skill.
Should I have said shucks?
Then I would just say shucks means golly darn.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay.
I also
Oh,
took
no,
3
no.
years of cooking because I figured it was an important skill. While a lot of people will say, well, that's a woman's skill. I'm like, no, it's,
No,
you know,
no.
I might
disagree
need to
with
learn how to do that. Yeah, no, I know you do because you can cook as well, right? But I actually took 3 years of cooking because I was interested in it. That's why I like Diego's video. Like, I enjoy that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's
Will
more
every
to
kid
boiling water? Ask my wife.
Would you shut the hell up about that?
No, it's one of those things. Like, but I got to take it as an elective course. In other words, I chose to learn this thing.
But
If
see,
I'm
there's
in
the
grade
thing.
7, like,
Elective.
yeah, but that's
Yeah,
what I
I
mean.
know.
Like, for young children, there's certain things you should and should not teach them or force them to learn.
Yeah.
As you get older, you choose what you learn.
You know, I'll tell you something that really cracks me up when it comes to education, and the irony in it just blows my mind.
Okay. Where we go?
At least when I was in school, but a basic 7th grade level chemistry course or science course. With that knowledge and just that basic level, but yet in many places they're outlawing the ability to buy, nitrogen. It's like when they talk about banning certain things in society, and I'm like, okay, are you going to ban education as well? Just because
countries-
knowledge is something
Didn't
to
they
be
did
used.
that already, Robert?
Yeah, that's what I was getting
thinking.
at. Just because the knowledge of something in that aspect can be used for bad, you either stifle society or you realize that there's bad people in society and there are always going to be bad people in society.
Are we focusing just solely on me here? Because I know I'm a bad person.
Okay, yeah, all right. It's that whole prostrating yourself thing there that's a little disturbing. That's okay.
I don't want to know.
But I've always found that to be quite ironic that I can rattle off several, and granted, I've been out of school for a very damn long time, but I can rattle off many, many, many of the simplest of chemicals that could cause some major problems, but yet we want to focus on one thing just because of people's actions. And yeah, there's another part of education that I think isn't touched upon, is the idea that you're going to have homogenous thought across society, albeit that seems to be what people want to think.
Like, don't put metal in microwaves.
Well,
Or what they have to think.
Wait, there's no law that says I can't do that, Paula.
Don't drink the bleach.
Well,
My body, my choice.
Yeah, don't eat the dishwasher pot. It's not candy.
Did you took your choice, TPR?
It's I'm warming up to it. There are kids over here that did for a while eat bleach, which is what's in a Tide Pod.
Hooper.
No, I mean your body, your choice. I mean that in a different topic.
I'm not gonna get into that topic today. But I mean, yeah, if you're referring to the A word that I think you're referring to, yeah, we'll leave that alone for now.
The A
Yeah.
word?
I thought you were talking about the removal of a child.
No.
Okay, that's generally where that conversation goes, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into that today.
No. My body, my choice has last 3 years had a complete different aspect.
Oh, that's about the amount of TV I've watched because I haven't turned one on in 10 years other than to watch the Super Bowl. So, or you would say the World Cup, same thing. So, in the last 3 years, what has that phrase meant for you?
About a specific virus that was so deadly turning around, but only on Earth, not in airplanes, and not at night, not at daytimes, only at night. Talking about that stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that. That's a conversation I just walk away from most of the time, so I'm not gonna go there. You can certainly discuss it. I just won't.
Yeah, that's not a discussion I tend to want to have today either. So, but
Yeah, mine is more like it becomes heated, and I don't agree with I don't agree with alternative views of it. And so in the idea and in the spirit of let's not be mean to one another, I'm just it's like discussing Canadian politics. I'm like, you probably don't want to discuss it with me. So I'm just gonna bow out of it. It's the same thing as like I'm just gonna let somebody have a different opinion and not argue with them. It's because it saves so many bridges from being burned. So I just don't go there.
well, there's an aspect that in the future would make a good discussion, and I'll leave it at that. Not so much as the what, but as the mechanics and where we've ended up in a society when it comes to information in itself. I actually had this debate with somebody just the other day, a PhD of all things. When it comes to people's understanding or outlook on a topic, their access to particular information, whether they have or hadn't, or people have different access to different things, very much colors those things. And it's the same thing. It really does relate to what we're talking about. And it isn't so much as the what or what it is, it makes no difference. But that seems to be something that's lost upon society nowadays as well. And I blame government for that. Absolutely blame government for that. Information or different things is hidden from people that should not be. A very, very, very the idea, and I almost could quote a past president of ours on this, but the very idea of hiding information from people is antithetical to good governance. It doesn't further understanding, nor does it further knowledge. It only foments more suspicion. Now, whether that's right or wrong doesn't really matter. It's the fact that it's done that becomes the problem.
Does anyone have like Diego's mailing address so I can like send him an injection of tequila or something?
You'd have to email. You'd have to email him that, and you guys can work that out in email.
I'm only showing concern because he's so quiet, and I know he's not well. So
No, he's probably.
I feel bad. Yeah, I feel bad because nobody wants to be sick. It's not a fun experience.
Nope, absolutely not.
No.
That's super salty. Still making jokes about that. Who's Robert? But,
Although I will be honest and say that since I stopped peopling, I haven't gotten sick in like 3 years.
since you stopped what?
Peopling, you know,
That
dealing
means,
with humans.
that means you don't meet foreigners a lot.
No, I think he's referring to being out in society.
I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, that's what they want, and that's. I mean, you are the you are the ideal of what's
I'm
coming
not
up.
going to be a shut-in. Piss on that shit. My health.
You have to show me your turn signal before I'll talk to you.
Well, that's a bit personal now, TPR. Come on, guy. You're crossing the line now.
Show it. Show it. One of us. One of us.
Oh man. Anyways, folks, I have been on here way hours more than I wanted to, and me and my wife got to start getting stuff done. So I'm gonna say thanks for the conversation. It's been good. Everybody in chat, thanks for showing up.
Thanks for the panel.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Thanks, guys, and thanks to the chat. There's especially Lieutenant Nescafe. I enjoy your humor because it's very similar to mine.
Yeah, he has a very, very dry humor. It definitely adds some color to the conversation for sure. But yeah, thanks everybody that's on. It's been a fun conversation for once, even though we did talk about serious stuff, kind of. And everybody in chat, thanks for showing up. And everybody on the panel, thanks for showing up. And as the future allows me to, I'll probably be holding more off-the-cuff panels like this as well, beyond just the ones where I stick to a certain specific topic. Because it just seems we have a lack of that where, people can actually have a discussion.
Can you pin in future? Can you pin a TLDR to the top of the chat for us? Thanks.
Okay, Paula, ban him. All right, guys. So I'm going to shut this down. You guys take care.
You too.
No, don't worry about it. We're out of here,
Robert and Paula.
All right, we're out of here.
All right.
3, See you later, guys.
2, 1. Take care, everybody.